What is up? It is Thursday. How's it going, Boone? You gotta hop on Dispatch, the new Telltale game. That's been on the list because I did see a lot of the demo, and I'm like, this game looks this looks like my kind of game. Usually, I'm not that into Telltale games, but this one hits most of the marks that I'm looking for. Kind of a game with choice. It's funny. It's got the right scenarios. You're not just like sitting and making choices and watching a movie. There's still like other things, like the fact that you're the dispatch for a bunch of superheroes. It's a nice concept. What's up, Zane? I played the Dispatch demo and liked it a while ago now. 550 streak. Jesus Christ. Telltale has juice again. Again. I was gonna ask when did they lose it, but I kinda when did they I feel like everything that wasn't The Walking Dead was like kind of boring. What the heck was this game called? I know I've seen this cover before, but I don't remember what it was. Shoot. Yeah, Walking Dead Season 2 onwards, except Wolf Among Us. Which which was the one with the group of Hispanic people? That one was the one where it's like, man, this is kind of whack. And it feels like half the stuff in this one was just shock value, and the rest of it is whatever. And then after that, they brought it back. Strange hates Mexicans. That is not what I said. I knew you were gonna do that. I knew you were gonna freaking do that. Yeah, season 3 had the Mexicans? Okay. Wolf Among Us, Tales from the Borderlands, and Walking Dead were the only good ones. I don't know about Tales from the Borderlands. Tales from the Borderlands pissed me off. It had me interested in the beginning, and then it ended. And then about halfway through, they dropped the ball, and I'm just like, I I have no. They never picked it back up. What's up, Tenjin? Group of Hispanic people. I looked at it and thought it's kind of whack. All right, man, you do you. I didn't think that it was because of the. It wasn't whack because of the Hispanic people. It was whack because it just wasn't. It felt weird. It felt really freaking weird because it's just like the first game. It's Lee and it's Clementine, and it's like with all the things that they're doing to deal with the start of this whole problem that is the zombies walking around now, right? Okay, fine. The second game was what happened in the second game? Frick. It was Clementine and someone name a character that was in season 2. I remember it not being bad, but either way. Uh I remember the fourth one, and that one was second game was Clementine, the group that got imprisoned. Imprisoned? I'm gonna look this one up. That doesn't help me. Walking Dead season 2. Not the show. Game. Okay, yeah, it was all of these people that, like... This was the start of the AJ thing. Gotcha. That's what I thought. That one was like Clementine, the leftovers of what happened from the first game, the group of people that she ended up being, or finding after she wandered for however long, and then the crappy events that surrounded them, and it still makes a decent enough amount of sense, even though I think it falls victim to some of the same symptoms that the first game had, but overall it was generally still an improvement. And then the third game happened, and it's just like, the focus is shifted away from Clementine, and it's aimed at this group of, I assume they're Mexicans, I don't really know, and then like that's fine and all, but then we have Clementine anyway, and then there's just all of these events that they just happen. Like and then we just kind of get nothing else involving them ever again. And then it goes back to Clementine searching for AJ, and then we get season 4, and that one makes sense again. That one, now we're finally doing things again because like AJ's a little bit older, and he's like, you know, acting with, he's starting to understand more about what's happening in the world and how he might view the future, etc. And then there's events of actual weight happening. It's not like the previous games where it's like, okay, pick which character you want to die now, but both of them are gonna die, and it's just gonna, you're just deciding if it's now or later, right? That's ay, ay, ay. I don't know, man. Salutations, Steven and Chad. Verily, I hope you're having a good day. Yeah? Animal The Walking Dead Season 1 was incredible. Season 2 was okay, but not great. Season 3 and Season 4 genuinely felt like a fanfic. Really? You didn't like Season 4? Why not Season 4? Didn't even know there was a Season 4? Season 4 was... I mean, how do you not know there was a Season 4? That one was pretty big when it released, right? And I think it released in episodic parts. Like, they had a thing happening, and then they stopped developing it for a while, because I think Telltale was going through some trouble, and then they released the next episode, and then another episode, and then another episode until it was finally finished. I think there are I don't know if there are 3 or 4 parts to Season 4. I think there are 4 parts. Season 3 should have had either had Clementine be a second playable protagonist, which if I recall correctly was the original plan, or not had her in it at all. Yeah, exactly, right? It just didn't feel right. I would have been fine if season 3 of Walking Dead was a completely different set of characters. Like, you finally get to know what's happening with a different group entirely, and it doesn't just become sort of this group and sort of Clementine. I think the biggest problem that I had with season 2, though, season 3, was still mostly related to just the fact that it felt like shock value. Like, the spoilers for Walking Dead season 3, like the whole beginning part of it with what's her name, where there's the little girl, the youngest of the group, and then she's like, "Oh hey, my frickin' I found my Walkman. Now we can listen to music and everything's gonna be all right." And then boom, headshot, and I'm like, "What the hell? Why did you do that? Who benefits from this, man? I don't know. This doesn't feel like this is and isn't storytelling." Telltale went under for a sec. Yeah, right, right. And I think the only thing keeping them afloat was the development of Walking Dead season 4. I mean, if you want to have a bad day, suit yourself. I don't. Thank you for wishing us a good day, Tenjin. Telltale actually just died before season 4's second episode released. The rest of the season was finished by a skeleton crew. Oh, I'm glad that they were dedicated enough to do that. My favorite part of The Walking Dead Season 3 is that the first episode you get the option of either betraying Clementine or shooting a guy in the head, and of course 99.999% of players didn't betray her. What the heck, man? It, that reminds me of the statistic of which Call of Duty game is it? The one where you're sneaking into someone's house and there's like a point where you're in like a baby's bedroom and the baby starts crying and one of the dudes is like, "Hey, shut that baby up right now." And a non-insignificant percentage of the player base of that game shot the baby and immediately failed the mission. I don't know what game this is. This is like something of Rogue. Streets of Rogue. Yeah, okay. Salmon Max goated, but yeah, Dispatch good. Sauce is back. I don't know what you people are talking about, but it's funny you talk about storytelling, and as there is a different thing regarding storytelling I was thinking about, that being... This is Guitar Room, man. All I needed was this guy's face. Seen this game a couple of times. Mostly just watched Margot play it. Why is this guy's profile picture? What the heck? Why is this the video you have used to represent Gitaru, man? Whatever. I mean, you do you, man. Either way, I watched Margot play this a couple of times, and I think that it's a game with soul, you know? There's one scene where what's-his-name is under a tree with the chick that he likes, and he's just playing the guitar, and it's like, really nice song. It's just a really nice song. How much do you think a style of storytelling can interrupt the ability to tell a good story? Like the wording or style or words used for it? Heavily. That's the only way you can tell the story, right? Or the best way. I'm not entirely sure what you mean. If you mean stuff like, say, people's accents, then I think that's just subjective on whether or not it helps or hinders the story. Because my first thought is Still Wakes the Deep, and how everybody in that game is Scottish, right? And so you're hearing a Scottish accent for a majority of that game. For, not a majority, for pretty much, for all of the game. I can tell you that some people will listen to that and think, like, the Scottish lingo is a little bit funny to hear, and then some people will listen to that and think, like, damn, this is very impactful. I personally thought that that entire game was extremely impactful, and it even, like, it shook me up a little bit at the end, because, I mean, the voice acting I just thought was generally phenomenal from just about everybody involved in that project, and I felt like every reaction to what was going on was real, or real enough. I feel like that's what most people would have done in situations like those in Still Wakes the Deep. You have to know the story of Still Wakes the Deep in order to know what I mean, which is a little bit unfortunate. The point being, or the ending thing that I want to say about that one is just, if you haven't played or seen Still Wakes the Deep, you should definitely check it out. If you're talking about the style of storytelling involving just how you present it, then say the fact that BlazBlue is a fighting game / visual novel, but initially it was meant to be an RPG. That's one of those things where I think, like, a large portion of the reason why the storytelling of BB is as good as it is because it is set up as a fighting game / visual novel. But the unfortunate part of that is that it only starts to make sense about it being the way that it is once you hit the end of BlazBlue. Not really, not BlazBlue in general, but I mean Calamity Trigger. Was I saying Central Fiction before? That's like Force of Habit. Is this John Watchdogs? I feel like this is John Watchdogs. This is not John Watchdog. Is this... I do not know who this is. Is Shulk in this database? Shulk is in this database, but it's not Shulk. Oh, I don't remember your name. Rick. I know who you are. What the hell was this game called again? Damn it. Why don't I remember the name of this game? Robots pretending to be people. Robots are people too. Verily. I'll try to explain it better. Why are you using the word verily now? Detroit Become Human. That's it. Thank you. Kara. Yep. Keywords. I'll try to explain it better. Let's say there's a story that is hardest for some people to understand, not due to accents or something, but due to how words are written. Written in poems or verses or things you need to read into to understand, as there's a lot of hidden meaning. I think that should help almost in every case. Like, because the whole thing about storytelling, from my perspective, is that a lot of it is about deeper meanings or about hidden messages or putting puzzle pieces together. And when you take away from that and then just make a message extremely direct, then you're making it harder for the person reading it to actually absorb the information. You know what I mean? Because there's one thing that I saw that absolutely disgusted me. So I don't like reading, right? You all know that. I don't enjoy it in even the slightest. I don't read books, but I saw something that was like, it wasn't AI. I don't know what it was, but it was basically summarizing like complicated passages from books. And you would have like a beautiful poem like thing that is extremely descript about what it's trying to portray, and then whatever the next sentence was that you ran it through this machine or whatever, or maybe it was a person doing it, I don't know, it would just come back as just the direct like, hey, the curtains were blue. It would be something as complicated as like the curtains of this room were a sky blue that was one of the most beautiful things that I've seen in my life, and the only thing matching it were, say, the beauty of someone else's eyes, blue eyes. I don't know, something complicated like that. I'm not great at just improving that, but I hope you understand what I mean. And then, like I said, the simplification was just somewhere along the lines of there were blue curtains in the room. And when I read that, I was just thinking, you have completely lost, you just, you took away everything that was that sentence. Everything that the reader was supposed to gain from that sentence is now just, it's null, null and void. Why? Just to make it so that the person reading it can have a little bit of an easier time to read the words? The point isn't just reading it. The point is comprehending. The point is trying to understand, trying to picture it yourself in your mind's eye. And if you can't do that, then, I mean, unfortunate, I guess. Find a different medium. It's a mixture of all, really, just how much other elements influence storytelling. As some story can be very rich and very deep, but you need to either get deep into it first or really read into it, as the style of telling the story can be rough. This makes me think about how a lot of people dislike Xenoblade Chronicles, but I usually think that's for the wrong reasons. I think if you're going to dislike Xenoblade Chronicles, it should almost strictly just be the combat. I think that the voice acting, from what I remember, it has been a number of years, was phenomenal. Specifically, Xenoblade 1. Xenoblade 1 is top-notch in most cases. Xenoblade 3 is pretty good in most cases. Xenoblade 2, some of the worst I've ever heard in my life. Xenoblade X is, I mean, the voice acting wasn't bad, but the things happening in the game was, they were just like, whatever, I guess. A game written entirely in metaphors would be hard to parse, but also most games don't get it even if it's spoken straight to the screen. Gamers don't get it even if it's spoken straight to the screen. Yeah, in a case like that, I can get that one. If it's all metaphors, then I think that you're still doing something wrong, because you have to know, it's all about moderation and balance. If you're only doing metaphors throughout the whole thing, then I mean, there's a problem. I feel like BioShock is a good example of that. The whole game is a metaphor for what it's going for, right? I don't want to spoil any of it, because that's one of those games where you should definitely go in knowing very little about it. But the whole game being a metaphor for what it is, and then it still hits you with some things directly, right? And those things that are direct are meant to be there to have you understand the metaphors a little bit better, is what I felt. One thing I think about often is the opening to Dante's Inferno in the original Italian, where it says, "Abandon all hope, ye who enter." But hope is in Italian, so it's feminine, which is a metaphor for Dante should give up the lady he's trying to save. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's cool. I thought it was clever. That is definitely clever. That's not something that people, that's not something that I would pick on, because I don't know anything about Italian, but anyone who would pick that up, that would be like, damn, that's crazy. What's up, Starry-Eyed Ava? Emotes zipline top down? What the heck game is this? can't bring up the example, as the example would be the last HSR story, as a lot of it is hidden in verses. Old looking poems, like reading books pretty much. While I myself enjoyed the story verily. Why are you using this word so much? I concur that it was hard to follow when it's very deep up itself to the point where it gets very convoluted. A lot of people got very confused by the amount of writing. I myself had some slight issues following it, as it seemed to be adding a lot of extra for the sake of sounding more sophisticated. Well, then in that case, that's just the writer themselves not understanding what they're doing. Or the translators. I don't know which ones. But either way, that's not a matter of the way that you tell the story is the problem. It's a matter of you don't understand what you're trying to portray in the first place, and then you try to take a method that you need to understand fully what you're trying to portray, and you just kind of wing it. And then it just makes it worse for everybody. I can tell you, some of the story for, at the very least, Triple Z feels like they're winging it, because they probably are. So, a good example of which being the story involving Orphe and Magus. This is, spoilers for Zenless Zone Zero. What's up, Dog the Dog? What are you nerds talking about? We're talking about... Man, sit back and listen. There's a black man talking. There's a story involving Orphe and Magus, and one of the bigger things about Orphe and Magus is that Orphe is a clone of Magus, right? And Magus is, I don't know if she's an intelligent construct put into the tail that is attached to Orphe, or if she is what is left of the original body for Magus that has been inserted into this technology and then also attached to Orphe. I would assume that it's the latter, because that makes more sense. But assuming that she's a machine-like copy of the original person, and then Orphe is her own person, then the thought ends up being like, why didn't they just put Magus into an artificial body the same way that they would have, what's her name, Qing-Yi? Because Qing-Yi is an intelligent construct that is shaped almost entirely like a human. Not almost entirely like a human. So that is one of the storytelling inconsistencies. That's where it's like it feels like they're just winging it. The only explanation that one could possibly give for why that would happen like that is just because the defense, what is it? Whatever it is that is in charge of the military operations in Triple Z, they just kind of decided, hey, we feel like making a clone and then putting a living tail onto it, and we don't feel like giving this person their body back. Which, that would be like a really whack explanation, but at least that would explain it. Salutations, I hope you're having a good day so far. Is this what I sound like? Damn, I need to slap myself. I don't know if it's past me or future me, because I'm probably not going to stop talking like this, but one version of me needs to be slapped. This is exactly what it feels like when I try to parse old English books. Literacy rule. This is a Reddit link. That's the point I'm trying to make, Steven. They know what they want to tell about, but they put it so hard behind the metaphor as people just struggle to follow, as someone said. I don't get half the things they said. I'm trying to read it. Chill and grill while they sit writing it with a top hat sipping a glass of wine with their finger out. Right. I mean, now it just sounds like it just sounds like they just don't know how to tell the story the right way with the method that they're attempting, which, I mean, there's a reason people take schooling for some of that stuff. Some people can wing it and they're fine. Some people take courses on how to write like that. Adults with media literacy are speaking. No, let's not go that far. I wouldn't say that I have media literacy. To answer your question, Dog the Dog, by the way, sorry for leaving you hanging for like 3 minutes straight. We're talking about methods of storytelling and whether or not they help or hinder telling a story. And like I keep saying in just about everything, it's all about how you tell the story. Phoenix, right? Yeah. Don't do this again, Starry-Eyed Ava, I swear. Emotes, zipline, top-down. Ziplines? What games have ziplines but also are isometric? Hotline Miami? I don't think those have ziplines, but I'm gonna guess that. Airdrop, dart gun, skunk gas? This is like a codename Kids Next Door game that I don't hear about? It's not. I'm gonna do it to spite you. Let me have my little pyramid. Everyone always acting out of spite. Every time. Is Duelist in here? No, it is not. Island map, just tape armor. Tape? Super jump. Tape? What do you mean tape armor? I don't have even an inkling of what this might be. I've been starting to write recently. I felt like that was the case because I was looking back into Renpy and I'm like, Dog the Dog really did tell me about Renpy, huh? He must be doing something. Something behind the scenes that he's too shy to tell the rest of us about, or he doesn't want the idea stolen, which is also respectable. I was thinking about actually firing up Renpy after I was done, after I was done making the video for Mega Man Battle Network, which I really wish I could, like, bring myself to finish. I don't know what the deal is. I keep hearing my own voice with that video and thinking, like, okay, this is the clip that I could put here, but then I just... Right after that thought happens in my head, I start thinking, like, why? Why bother? Ain't nobody gonna watch this video. Ain't nobody like me. Nobody like my videos. And I'm ugly. And then I dick around in Minecraft for an hour. I should really just get over that and put the video together and then release it and then start working on the Renpy stuff so I can actually flesh out the stuff that I was thinking of involving, well, like a whole ass world involving a number of different ideas, but I don't really know which direction I want to take with it. And broke. Can't forget broke, right. Can never write something as deep and thought-provoking as a Triple Z waifu hangout, though. Like yesterday, I don't have the energy. I don't have the energy to come up with something witty or resist. I don't even know why I want to resist. I guess I want to resist because I want to say some of the self-contained stories in some Hoyoverse games are decent. They're a good read. Like, I would say that the story for Seed in Triple Z is good. I would say that the story for Haramasa is definitely good. The rest, the main story, is lacking just because of a lack of, like, understanding of where they're going. I don't know what the hell the writers are doing with that one, and I don't think even they know. I feel like they just write something and they're like, yeah, this sounds good, and they write another thing and they're like, yeah, this sounds good, and they just keep building it up over time, which is a very dangerous way of storytelling, mostly because you can just end up giving yourself really big inconsistencies. I don't think they had an end goal in mind when they started everything up. Strong, can you look at HSR Cyrene, as I believe she is a character you might like design-wise, but I will say that character feels hollow after playing Story-ish. She is just love and being into MC too much. She falls into the weird Vivian-like. I like MC, and she has a lot of bride theming. I don't know if I'm that into the bride aesthetic all that much. I mean, I am. I definitely am, but I don't think I care about that for, like, pixels, you know? If I want to see someone in a wedding dress, I want her to be someone that I care about a lot. It always weirds me out a little bit when I see bride-themed whichever character. HSR Cyrene. Oh, she's kind of cute. I don't think I have to be afraid of pulling this to the main monitor. Yeah, Hmm. What is RenP? It is an engine for visual novel. Yeah, Dog the Dog already answered you. Okay. I'm gonna put a mental block on the word verily. Here he goes wallowing in negative thoughts again. Yeah, yeah. Forsooth, it is it as he says. Okay. She's very pink and white. I don't care much for the white. I care for the pink. This sentence taken out of context will be something else, but I'm sure you guys know what I mean. I love the bride aesthetic. I didn't know it was for games. Yeah, it's for games. Are visual novels games? How many people? I feel like a visual novel is very loosely a game. Like, I'd still call Danganronpa a series of video games because they have more to it than just watching and listening to these people doing these things. Like, it's a kinetic novel, a kinetic visual novel. Is that still a video game, you know? It's digital, but you have to code? I guess so, but I don't think just the requirement of coding makes it a game. Like, you have to write a book, you have to physically write the words on the page. Does that make it, like... How is that different? The end result is still the person reading it is just reading text, and then I guess in some cases they would have pretty pictures. No, I'd still say it meets the requirement for a game. I don't know. I think my requirement for it being a game is having gameplay, right? Like, if you're interacting with it in some way that is meaningful, then maybe even not meaningful, then I would still call it a game. Like, Phoenix Wright is still a game because you're still putting together evidence and you can get different outcomes based on what evidence you attach to what, right? And then, like I said about Danganronpa, it's the same deal with that, with the whole evidence and putting pieces together. And then there's also the mini games that you have in order to do whatever logics that the game requires of you at the time. But a different game like Karawa Shoujo, and that is just choosing different routes to get different stories about which girl you're going for. That's something else. That's just reading. You're only reading and looking at some pictures. Slay the Princess is barely a game. That too. Slay the Princess doesn't have an actual game aspect to it. It just has a bunch of different routes that you have to select. It's more like a choose your own adventure book, but it can be a little bit more expressive. I feel like there's less of a connotation, a negative connotation, or I guess, I don't know if you would call it negative. Less of a predisposition to dismiss it as a child's plaything when it's a visual novel. Like, if you see a choose your own adventure book, you just think like, yeah, this is for children. This is for children and preteens or whatever. They just read whichever book, and it's probably a fantasy novel, etc. There's different ways to go about that one, but with a visual novel, since things get more graphic, and then half the visual novels that exist are porn, it's seen a little bit more adult-like, I feel. At least I would hope. Cute animals, grass hiding, hamster ball, tape armor, super jump, skunk gas, zip line, top down. I know this isn't monkey ball, but I'm going to guess super monkey ball. Research lab, banana weapon, campfire heal. I'm sorry? What's the game called? Crab something? Another Crab's Treasure. Oh, is this Ultimate Chicken Horse? This shouldn't be Ultimate Chicken Horse. Fox character, super power-ups. Revive teammate, shrinking circle. Starts with the letter S. Dog tag system. Cosmetic outfits. This is not Ultimate Chicken Horse. I don't know what this could possibly be. People are torn on that character, and I'll be honest, she kind of annoys me, especially since they forced her usage in the story. Her ult is very long, she has the thing where it's just animation. But it goes as far as to her putting the ring on herself, and it's very long. Oh my goodness. I don't see why games games with long animations like that don't just let you, like, skip through them after the first time you've seen them. What's up, Avatar Prince? I see. You see what? What do you see? What's up, Diamond Yuo? That's a self-report. What's a self-report? Katawa Shoujo? I assume that's what you're talking about. How is mentioning Katawa Shoujo a self-report? That people were talking about that all the time when I was back in high school. Maybe I'm making the wrong assumption. Maybe you're talking about something else. What are you talking about, Dog the Dog? That's saying most visual novels are porn. Oh, okay, never mind. I had the wrong assumption, and that's like true. If I were to pull on VNDB right now, I'm sure I could find, like, I'm sure if I could, a non-insignificant amount of it is porn. Definitely prefer VNs with gameplay elements like card battles and such. I think that would get annoying. I see is another way of saying, I mean, for what? What are you hmming? Most animations speed up, but this one specifically wants you to press space to put the ring on, and then extra animation. It's honestly just bothersome. What the heck, dude? I don't know what game this is. Super Animal Royale. I have never heard of this before. No, I have heard of this before. I think I saw Northern Lion playing this one time. Maybe. Maybe. There was a browser battle royale that I was watching Northern Lion play, and then there was another thing that was similar, but I don't know if it was Northern Lion that I was watching. All the furries play this? Do they? I think furries have more pressing matters to attend to, don't they? Usually? I don't know what they might be. Third person after 2019 single player game. So follows the dogma of the self-righteous. It is not Dragon's Dogma. It is not on PC, Xbox, or PS5. So it must be on the Switch, Xbox One, or PS4. I feel like it would be Switch. If it's made in recent day. Donkey Kong Bonanza. In-house engine, Nintendo related. Not on the Switch 2. Northern Lion played a shapes and colors game while talking about Sisyphean tasks. Furries have more pressing matters. What, like, the furries can't play FPS? So that's not what I meant. I meant, like, don't they have other things to do, like being doctors and engineers and whatever the hell else that makes like $400 billion? And then on top of that, aren't they making fursuits and then playing a bunch of furry porn games? I don't know. I feel like they would have better things than to play a top-down battle royale PS5 game, question mark? Don't you got a video to work on? Hey, this ain't about me. Really hit me with the don't you have an essay to write, huh? It is also on PC. Oh, okay. NL plays literally anything. True. We ain't watching for the gameplay. Who's we? I'm watching for the gameplay. Well, sort of. I haven't been watching Northern Lion recently, but I mean, I'm looking for a mixture of both, right? My phone has vibrated, and I hope it's not anything important. It is not anything important. It's not anything important. They're all playing ring racers right now. I don't know how many times I gotta keep saying this. There's a difference between furries and Sonic fans. This is music from... This can't be music from Silent Hill, because this sounds like... This sounds like we're making it out of the hood with this one, boys. You know what I mean? Really digging it. Either way, Nikkei's story is peak considering the current event. I want you to know, Tenjin, you're making me think, every time you use the word verily, you're making me think about frickin' Zoro during the Wano arc, which is probably one of the worst arcs IMO. There was this... He's trying to speak... The translation would have him start a sentence with verily, and then just he speaks normally with this casual whatever the hell. And it pissed me off every time he started with the word verily. And you're... Whatever. Anyway. Let me finish what you're saying. Nikkei's story is peak considering the current event has some banger voice acting and good story. I specifically liked listening to one of the characters, who was apparently Bryce Papenbrook. You know who that is. He went really hard in recording booth on all the different stuff. I do not know who that is, but I believe that the voice acting is good. I really wish that I actually cared for the Nikkei gameplay, because from what I keep seeing of the game, I'm like, I really want to try, but I know I'm going to get bored. I don't know if the story is going to grip me like that. Tenjin, you feel like you're wearing a suit today? What? Oh, because the way he speaks, I see. I don't. I can always go back to calling Steven a dumbass if it's better. Do I prefer that? I think I do. The difference is so small, let me not say that, because I like Sonic in general, and insulting myself seems dumb. I mean, being a furry isn't an insult. I guess that depends on who you are. I know I've said I wouldn't want to be a furry, but you know what I mean. I have been watered. Make me say something for Princess Ava. I'd bone the heck out of Vanilla. Bro, she a rabbit. She's boning you. Haven't seen her read One Piece. I mean, I feel like most of us haven't. And honestly, I would say save yourself a trouble, but that would be relying. I legitimately believe that One Piece is a great read up until the time skip. Right when the time skip starts, tonally it changes a little bit for the worse. Same goes for the pacing. The pacing is the main problem. Because I can only tell you that before the time skip, the pacing was a little bit weird, specifically in the... What the hell was it called? Not Dressrosa. What the hell was the name of it? In Vivi's town, her hometown. That arc, the pacing got weird. Like, it kind of felt like we were doing some teleports behind you, cut you in half, no dodging stuff. Like, and then you find out it was actually a hologram. Stuff like that. Alright, kill that guy. I see that boon. I'll kill him myself. Never mind, you don't gotta touch him. Uh, what was I saying? Like, they post some weird stuff in the arc with Vivi's town, her hometown, and it's it was weird, but it still had some really hype moments, right? It had some really cool stuff going on. And it stays consistent with stuff like that up until the part where we hit, what was the name of the island? It was the island with a bunch of trees, and the trees produce these bubbles that are really hard to pop, and that's how a lot of people get underwater. Uh, Either way, it's consistent until there. And then some bad stuff happens, and then you get to the part where everybody's getting the power-ups, and then the time skip happens, and then that's the part where Oda's just kind of like, all right, I need to show off everyone at once, and then it just gets inconsistent from that point on. It just becomes like, here's a bunch of stuff that should definitely be given more time, but we're gonna scrunch it all up into just these couple of pages, and then hope that it all works. Wano is somehow both the longest and shortest arc in the series. Like, actually, physically, it is the longest running out of all of the arcs that have been going on in One Piece. But it still felt rushed. It still felt rushed, and it annoyed the hell out of me. Steven, you got the manga? Not physically. I have some manga, but none of the series that I have of physical copies of manga are complete. Plus, they're kind of in disrepair because they were in a drawer in my garage for like a year. There are dudes in Nikkei. You'd be surprised. Aren't the dudes just like main story characters, not pullable units? Or are there pullable male units in Nikkei? Once you hear Dio's JPVA speaking broken French, speaking Japanese while looking funny, you can never look at the game the same way. I love that video. Which video? The top 10's hottest Sonic characters of all time? I hope you're talking about something else. I mean, I didn't want to play the game because of its gameplay, Strones. Once again, I'm suggesting you give it a try. Verily, it's actually a really good game. Ah! Where do people even read manga? I mean, that varies. There are different sources. The problem that I've always said, and just about everybody says, I believe, is that it's just really, really difficult to legitimately get your hands on manga in the US, at least digitally. Physically, it can still happen if you go to like a Barnes & Noble, but you don't know if they will have the specific thing you're looking for. But digitally is where it should be the easiest, but God forbid. Instead, we have to have all these people that basically rip it from whichever JP sites and then plastered all over the internet on this side. And then we have all these companies that are like, hey, you can't do that. Okay, are you going to give me the ability to get the manga? No! Get out of my office. I didn't answer your question about where I read manga. I use an app on my phone called Tachiomi, and Tachiomi pulls from a bunch of different websites that have manga. You can look for it yourself or like download extensions for Tachiomi. Tachiomi isn't getting supported anymore. There's a different app that people use now that gets more updates more frequently that I don't remember the name of. I have the APK on my phone. I'm not sure if I should say it because I feel like this is one of those things where I shouldn't be talking about it openly because it's one of those things that is not 100% legal, but we in the who gon' check me boo presidency, so they won't check me. The other app is called Mihon. Say it right. Say what right? Say what do you want me to say? Verily for Princess Ava? Is that what you wanted? Are you happy? I'd like for you to give the game a try since you sometimes just sit doing your own thing. This way you occupy yourself more. I mean, when I'm sitting doing my own thing, it's usually either another video game that is probably competitive, or it's me attempting to put a video together. Or I'm at the gym, at least nowadays. I'm really glad that I've been more consistent with going to the gym, and I actually got myself back into the swing of it after that almost month-long... No, it was a month-long break of the gym. There was the other day I was in front of my mirror, and then I actually, like, flexed all of my body, my entire upper body, and I'm like, you know, I feel pretty nice. I can only hope that I can find a chick that feels the same way. Gauge, yeah, exactly. I can only hope that I can find a chick that I can get to the point of taking my shirt off and she doesn't laugh. I don't know if she would laugh at where I am now. I would hope not. That would be so demoralizing if that happens. I hope nothing like that ever happens to me or any other individuals. I do believe thou shall enjoy the story without, and will regret doth protesting for this long. I currently debate whether I find Triple Z or Nikkei gameplay more appealing. Can we take all the keycaps off of Tenjin's keyboard real quick? I think that would be the equivalent of sewing his mouth shut. One of these two things needs to happen. You missed it, Strange. Bryce is VA for Silver the Hedgehog. Oh! Oh, what? That guy? Okay. But he has some voice acting, which is really top-notch. Been a moment since voice acting gripped me due to how the voice relates emotions from fairly monotone characters. Like the English VA? I assume it's the English VA, considering that his name is Bryce. Silver / Nagito Komaeda. That's something. Yeah, English VA. Every time I hear him with Silver, I feel kind of weird. Every time I hear him with Danganronpa related stuff, I think that he did a good job. Or I remember him doing a good job. I don't know if it might just be like a Stockholm Syndrome-esque effect of me just hearing his voice for so long in that game and then thinking, yeah, this is fine. This Bayonetta 2 is Bayonetta 3. Bayonetta 3. That has been solved. Cool. I don't need this anymore. What's a good head exercise? One that involves tongue. Are you talking about, like, exercising your brain, or are you talking, like, a literal head exercise? Because I know that there's an actual thing of exercising your neck, involving putting a plate on your forehead and then moving upward against gravity. Some people do it, some people don't. I don't. Maybe I should. If she laughs genuinely, she's not for you. True. True. More so... And don't explain, because you could strike a pose funny. I don't know if I would be striking a funny pose when taking my shirt off in that instance. I also don't know what instance I would be taking my shirt off in front of a woman outside of, like, going to the beach. Could do the Johnny Bravo noise. What? I'd laugh in that instance. Right. I don't think I would be making that noise. I don't know what noise I would be making. I feel like I would be very quiet in general. feel like everything surrounding an instance like that where I'm alone with a woman without my shirt, I would just be generally quiet. He sounds closer to Danganronpa character in Johan's role. I'd link a specific part for you to hear, but that would spoilers, for which you shouldn't care much about. But I will. I will care about spoilers, that's the thing. Because I think at some point I will end up picking up Mickey. I just don't know when. Forgive me, I just unplugged my controller. Based on what you say, you sometimes have nothing to do. I'm not talking about your busy hours. Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, there are definitely some times where I have nothing to do, or nothing that I am willing to bring myself to do, which is also bad. If you were taking your shirt off, so set up the situation for me so I can say what is proper response. Like this music. What is this music? Yeast Origin. Oh, yeah, you guys should play Yeast Origin. That game is great. That game is one of my favorites of the Yeast series. Or in general, really. Well, no, maybe not in general. Well, I told you guys about the short period of time where Yeast was my favorite series over Kingdom Hearts, but then I got overwritten. Still a good game. You should definitely try it out. And I don't know what situation, I don't know what setup there would be for the situation where I'm not wearing a shirt. Like, I feel like it would be the standard, we're just in the hotel room, right? The only other instance where I wouldn't be wearing a shirt is just, uh, is being at the beach. But I don't go to the beach very often. Probably should. I might finally have the beach bod. Where's Metal Gear Solid 5? Being silent when topless with a woman alone, so no pillow talk. Is that not supposed to come after? I don't care about words in that instance. I don't want words to be said. I only care about... I don't want to say this, bro. I only care about involuntary sounds. Words mean nothing to me. I care about visual, eye contact, and involuntary sounds. Those are the only things that matter to me. I'm gonna start up Metal Gear Solid. None of you guys needed to know that about me. Why was I willing to say it? Ah! You said one was a beach. Well, if this is someone you're into and she's into you, she'll react one of two ways. Ogle you or do nothing. Ogling comes with touching, but if you are specifically looking for validation, ogling would be the reaction to include words into touching. Okay. I mean, I think a lot of women like pillow talk. Yes, it comes after, but I'm gonna freaking... I'm about to ban the word verily, bro. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna freaking do it. I'm stopping the music. Uh, um, that's the wrong, there's no video game. But you aren't going to put the shirt on immediately after the act. True. True. Beach, workout, sleep, shower, stained slash wet shirt, damaged shirt, the cold woman. Cold woman, that's some stuff. Cold woman? Wait, what? What was that last one? Are all of these supposed to be... What? You lost me. What are all... Where was this supposed to go? That's the wrong thing. reasons you take off or not have your shirt. I don't take my shirt off at the gym. Why would I do that? Then people will see my upper body. We can't have that. Usually it. Also, if she's a shy girl, she may show it with her reaction. Like looking away. So gauge your lady. Right. Yeah, you take off your shirt for her. I mean, that... Why would she be cold? I assume you mean physically cold, not like emotionally or personality-wise. Why would I take the shirt off? The shirt's going to make us warmer. Or dead. I would rather she not be dead. I think that would be nice. Also, that's what Bayonetta says after one of the bosses, and she hits you with the "so no pillow talk." Oh yeah, I remember that. That was the first Bayonetta game. I don't remember which boss that was, but I do remember that line. You do realize I will bypass it anyway. I'm the last person you can ban words from. You're right. But I don't want this evil to spread. What were we doing? Oh, right, we were in the middle of a cutscene, and a big robot, Sahelanthropus, was doing some stuff. I would, but not yet. Would what? Oh, like take your shirt off at the gym, or something else? We just gym in the sports top at that level? I sleep. You're proportional, you just have low self-esteem. Like I said before with the whole gym thing, there's gonna come a time where, like, some chick's gonna see me attractive, and then I'm just gonna think, like, why? -2? What the heck? Not like I was making a joke or anything. Don't like the sports top ladies? I think the sports top is attractive. However, if she's gonna take the shirt off to exercise, I think there's one thing I would like to look at. Daily login bonus. I keep forgetting about this. Please don't. I don't want to. I don't care. I don't care. MGS5 wasn't there to begin with. What do you mean it wasn't there to begin with? In my sports top era, there is no shirt. Oh, I see. Well, I mean, I was saying I would prefer what should be under the shirt to be gone, and then once... I don't want to explain this, never mind. Let's just play some frickin' MGS5. I don't... Big robot, who are you gonna kill next? Please be me. I think I deserve it at this point. I understand. Not in a public gym, she shouldn't. That's the best part! I need to put the weighted training bracelets back on. I really should. Also, that's uncomfortable. They fight back. I know they do. I know. I know that's the reason why sports bras exist. Sahelanthropus.
Got a spike on the RWR. Strange PRF. What's wrong? Control lost. Can't maintain RPM. We're settling.
something wrong with Eli.
Wait! Who is doing this? Such a lust for revenge? Who? Fall back! Fall back!
PRF anomaly. Quick is outbound. Reporting the AO for now.
All units, move in!
Why bother with this? Shouldn't they know that Atlantis was made to combat vehicles like this? Okay.
cipher will rewrite the records, and I will vanish from human memory. But the thirst for revenge that I have planted will infest the system. No one can stop it now. Sahelanthropus will unleash that thirst unto the future. Major, I'm burning up!
Boss, get out of there! Out about Sahelanthropus, Skullface will have won. His plans will become reality. He won't even need to use nukes. That thing's mere existence would be enough to enslave humanity to the fear of nuclear Armageddon. It would tear the world apart. After you. You need to stop it, boss. Destroy Sahelanthropus.
You got any advice on how to do that? Huey?
Stop Sahelanthropus. Destroy that thing. I'll rally Diamond Dogs and provide backup.
Right. Oh boy. My goodness. Word verily is overused by a character in Nikke, but she generally speaks with those words. Left enough of an impact on me as there is a part about her. Hold on. Ouch. About her that I find really messed up and really well written, but once again, spoilers, and it won't hit if I tell it now. Will I stop using the word? Verily I shall not. Okay, well, I guess I respect it. I guess I respect the, commitment. Whip. Wanted to say something, but now I remember that exhibitionist is one of your favorite tags. So I really shouldn't be questioning your statements, Steven. Yeah. What were you going to say? I am burning. What the hell? Oh my goodness. Oh. For some reason, Epic Games wanted to update. Forgive me for everyone who heard that. Oh, when I run out of ammo, are you going to... Okay, sick. You're just going to do that automatically. You just jump behind me. I'm running out of colors to change my name. Is this is a good movie? True, true. Whoops. This is a great movie. I do wonder about Eli, though, and because of something that Dog the Dog said, I'm wondering if, like... I'm wondering if this is the tie-in to MGS1 that we were looking for. And who... I'm wondering if I now know who White Mamba is. White Mamba / Eli. E-Horse would go crazy here, would he? Well, unfortunately, I don't have him. Where's what's her name? Is Quiet not able to do this with me? This fight feels... what's the word I'm looking for? Not uneventful, but I guess a little bit lackluster because of how little attention I have to pay to it. Where did you drop my stuff? Oh, it actually is over there, like all the way below the frickin' mountain. Ass? I don't think the fight is ass. It's just like I'm running around in circles, not really dealing with Sahelanthropus. I don't have to watch out for his patterns or anything. I just have to watch out for that. And even that won't kill me. Then I just reload my grenade launcher and it automatically supplies me. The thing that I was saying before about Eli / White Mamba, I'm wondering if this is actually, like, the child Psycho Mantis. But I do wonder about the mini Psycho Mantis ghost thing that shows up occasionally. That can't be right. They can't be Psycho Mantis, right? Because, like, whatever that thing is, the child ghost, has been in the game since the beginning, and I don't think Eli knew about Big Boss. Or knew where to find him. Unless he was part of the hospital. I don't really know. I don't think there were children being held in that hospital. Oh my goodness. Not about to kill me, are you? How far are you into the game? This feels like it's nearing the end. What's up, Psionic? Yo, what's going, Strange? Sahelanthropus? He's definitely walking toward me. And doing that. What are your impressions so far on MGS5? I feel like... it feels like we're reaching a point where stuff is not paced correctly. And... this might have been the part where Kojima wanted to do some stuff and then Konami said, hey, frick you, for no good reason. The thing that really bugs me is how Skullface went out, right? Like, he really just gets trapped by his own machine and then big building falls on him? And what about the English vocal cord parasites? Are those just no longer a problem? I hope we address that. Now we're doing Resident Evil? No, we're not. I assume it's not going to drop a rocket launcher, it's just going to drop ammo. Based from your POV or what you hear? What do you mean? Like the whole, this feels like where it started to get lackluster? This is based from my POV, because last time... what? Whoa. Oh, that killed me. This the whole fight? Apparently not.
Snake, talk to me! Snake! Snake!
Because there's a whole scene with being in the whichever car with Skullface, and that whole... what the hell? I said don't equip the chicken hat. Alright, dude. What was I saying? It's because there's the whole scene with, like, the truck, and you're just driving towards the machine, and then all of this starts happening, and it's a pretty good cinematic scene, but then you hit the actual fight, and it still feels like, something's not right here. I guess it's still able to be manipulated in a similar fashion to that of Metal Gear Rex and MGS1, but at the same time, I don't know, dude. Wrong one. At the same time, it feels like there should have been more here. But I guess you could also think, this is the precursor to, to everything that happened in Metal Gear and Metal Gear Solid, so it should be doing some stuff, not necessarily in a weird way, or in a way that is debatably less intuitive than what they did in the games taking place in the future. Because I guess one thing that I'm thinking of is if they have the tech to make something like Sahelanthropus here, how come Metal Gear and Metal Gear Rex turned out the way that they did? And here's one of the similarities to Metal Gear Rex, the flamethrower and the crotch. And also there's the homing knee missiles. Ouch. He pisses fire, that's tough. Metal Gear Rex did the same thing! Oh, this isn't cool. Whoa. Okay. They said to stop the ringing in my ears, BS. They need to stop the ringing in my ears, BS. I'm gonna flip out. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Sir Salcel. Well, Rex was built by Otacon after all. I mean, sure, but Otacon should have still had the research from Huey. Of course it pisses. Okay. Ha ha ha. Didn't Huey piss him? Huey pissed himself twice! Huey pissed himself twice. Oh my god. Please don't kill me. Okay, thank god. Still my goat? Huey? Please say psych. Things are red. 20 feet straight in the air, no down payment. Is it 10 feet? I think it's only 10 feet. Please do not kill me again. It's a machine, so 20 feet. Ah, good point, good point. There's the part where I start healing. Oh shoot, are those the same pods from Peace Walker that I don't remember what they do? Whoa. Launching ass mines. Huey's the most based individual in this game. I cannot wait for you to start continuing the series and then get to this point and then be like, oh, okay. I actually hate Huey. I really just cannot. Wait. P-Quad, stop! Shoot, dude! I got nothing. Why'd I start running away from the supplies? Or you can jump to me. Never mind. Damn!
Snake, talk to me! Snake! Snake!
I think my problem is that I'm using only the nade launcher, and I shouldn't be.
Boss, stop Sahelanthropus. Destroy that thing.
Please do not cut me up.
Rally diamond dogs and provide backup.
Not that. Okay, I did successfully call it in. We're good. Can't you call in an orbital laser or something? I don't think so. I don't remember us having that as a possibility. Ouch. I don't remember wherever we were. Oh, please. It broke the case. Oh, that's cool.
Supply drop, hurry!
I think I might be cooked if those rocks explode. Oh wait, I'm going the wrong way. But so is it? What are you doing? Whoa. What if Huey's done nothing wrong? The hell you mean, what if? We know that he did everything wrong. What is this bait? I hate this bait. This bait is stupid. Bait used to be believable, bro. Man out here getting on other people's cases for smile maxing and friend baiting, or what is it? Friend maxing, smile baiting? Meanwhile, he's out here rage baiting with nothing. Haha, gotcha. I was only pretending to be stupid. Please do not kill me while I'm in this box. Thank you. Ouch. Aye, how am I still alive? Don't kill me. Okay. This feels just like Peace Walker. Next, you're gonna have me walk into the machine and then start pulling stuff out of him. Killed me.
Boss, come in. Boss? Boss!
Stop Sahelanthropus. Destroy that thing. I'll rally Diamond Dogs and provide backup.
Another thing I don't really get. Sahelanthropus's existence is supposed to stir, like, unrest at nuclear deterrent, right? At the possibility of everybody getting a nuke, right? Isn't that already there? Don't people already fear that? Why does this machine's existence make it that much worse? That's the part that I don't think was explained. Either it wasn't explained very well, or it just, like, very quickly... Or it got past me. I'm not putting it together. Get me out of here. How many bosses are in this game? It's just like quiet and then who? Please do not break my stuff. Alright. While this fight is happening, any idea for this Saturday, Steven? Like, what fighting game I'm gonna play? Not really. I was thinking maybe DBFZ. But even then, I'm like... I know exactly what's gonna happen. It's the same thing that happens every time I play DBFZ. It's kind of funny how human this machine is. With some of its animations. I wonder if that is supposed to be like that. I wonder if that's like poetry. Another thing that's kind of bugging me is Ocelot doing this "you're pretty good" thing, or all the previous sayings. It feels... that felt a little bit shoehorned. Get your ass beat by Tenjin and DBFZ? It's not Tenjin that's gonna beat my ass. That one's a big maybe. He doesn't usually join the DBFZ lobbies.
Support helicopter requested.
Well, I've been flamed. Ah, frick me. Uh-oh. We're fine. Ow. Oh. He didn't realize he cut me off. I joined because I couldn't before. Oh, right. Hydrate, my good sir. Why do all of us have our top hat and monocle on, bro? Ay.
Shot down the chopper. Already a backup chopper.
Damn. That's scripted. Can that be stopped? I know this is scripted. Oh! This is the railgun. I see now. This is the railgun that Metal Gear Rex had. But the difference is this one doesn't shoot nuclear warheads. That's why it was killing me in one hit.
Nearly there, boss.
Oh, come on, man. Wait, I wonder. Yeah, well, I don't get to know. Stop! For DBFZ, it's about Speedy Crib? Yeah, exactly. I don't know if he still plays, and honestly, there is the possibility that he won't show up, and if he doesn't show up, then, I mean, it's just gonna be me fighting against whichever Zeno ranks in DBFZ, the people that never stop playing, because I think I'm at a high enough rank that there aren't very many people where I am, so it'll just queue me into the people that are the top rank that are still playing. And I don't think it'll queue me against anybody that is new, which it's just gonna still look very similar of me getting my ass beat. If Speedy Crib does join, then he's gonna be the only one in the lobby that I fight. Please do not kill me. He's gonna be the only one in the lobby that I fight for hours on end, and it's just gonna be the same thing that I complain about every time that he does, where, I jump a lot in neutral. What is happening? Okay. I jump a lot in neutral, and he's gonna manipulate that. And then, if I call an assist, he's gonna hit it away, and then he's just gonna control where I go. And then I'm gonna ask him some questions, and he's not gonna answer, which is the big problem. That's the one that really annoys me. I ask him questions, he doesn't answer me, and then after like an hour of him just kicking my ass, he'll finally say, man, you gotta stop doing X, and then I'll say, okay, dude. Sure. That killed me. I assume that was the splash damage from my nade launcher. Come on. DBFZ still doesn't have crossplay, does it? No. Does he know? Do I know what? It's not doing as much as I thought it would. I don't think it matters where I shoot.
Great job.
Supply drop complete.
If you stand still, you heal. I don't think it's just standing still. You heal faster if you stand still? I'm pretty sure it's just over time. I think I'm the only one here that hasn't played DBFZ. That's not true. Haven't played that piece of garbage either. True. I don't play fighting games. And is that? Yeah, Surso doesn't play fighting games at all.
Support helicopter requested.
Wouldn't you play it before you call it garbage, though? That's not how my chat works. Here we say, this game's garbage, and then we ask why, and they say, 1, it sucks, 2, it's stupid, 3, I hate it. Alternatively, the logic is, it sucks, you ask why, and then they say it sucks because I don't play it. Form opinion before we play it. The honest answer to that one is, nah, you can still look at something and say, like, yeah, this isn't appealing, or yeah, this looks kind of like garbage before you actually touch it, depending on how bad it actually ends up looking. Like, Ultra Fight the Chianta, that's definitely... that's something. That is definitely something. I don't know what to call it. But at first glance, you can immediately tell that it's got problems. I also kind of want to use the Avatar game, the new Avatar game, as an example, but that one's not really justifiable because that game hasn't released yet. It just looks graphically like a Flash game. We don't know what it's going to play like. Still hoping that they got my girl Ty Lee in the game when it releases, assuming I actually end up playing it, because damn, she fine and she flexible. Ouch. Oh, this isn't good. Ty Lee, oh, that girl? Yeah, the one that disables your bending by, like, hitting your pressure points or whatever. She was sick, dude. She's 12. She ain't 12. Don't lie to me. Me when I spread misinformation on the internet. Liked her a lot too, more so her personality. Exactly, right? That was the best part. It's not just the flexibility and her body, it's also the fact that she's nice. She's a real person. She's cool. I hate it here. Why? What? What do we do? They were all 12 except Aang. He was 112. True. I mean, I agree with what Psionic says, play it first, call it garbage after. I mean, I feel like everybody that's reasonable would agree with that, right? I always try the game before calling it bad. If I call the game bad without playing it, I'm 100% trolling. Although, when it comes to DBFZ, it's slop. DBFZ is clown shoes now. Yeah, now it is. Now it's definitely... like, dude, what are we doing? But before, which patch? Maybe the patch after they nerfed, the meter gain for a lot of the fusions. That was probably good. I don't really know. There might have been some problems there, but I'd stop playing. Wait, was that the same patch that they made it so that, like, Trunks' auto combo gets invulnerability, as well as 1 or 2 buttons from Yamcha? I think it was 2 different buttons from Yamcha were invulnerable, like his standing M and his... like his 5M and 5H were both invulnerable midway through for one reason or another.
It's coming after ours. Take it out.
What's wrong with EVFZ now? It's chaotic, and a lot of things... a lot of characters just break rules that were put in place there in the first place to... I don't know, a good example of which is like Jiren's counter. Jiren's counter is like guaranteed damage as long as... oh, frick me. Please don't go through this one. It went through the frickin' tank. Ah! Jiren's counter is like a grab, an actual grab. And before you needed to touch him first, and then he would teleport next to you and actually hit you with said grab, right? And it would consume his smash attack, so there's a bit of a scaled combo that comes afterwards. But, either way, the point being, it's got that limitation to it. After a while, they did something where they just took away the limitation of needing to hit him first, and him needing to time that, and just let him do the teleport command grab on varying timing based on how long he controls or holds the counter stance. So now you're worried about that threat from like full screen at any given point in a match versus Jiren. Then there's whatever Goku can do with his teleport. It's not really teleport. The unrestrained whatever it is. The thing where he slides across the screen and then he's behind you and he hits you. That he can just do mid-combo, and that causes its own problems. Then there's the really big one, the one that made me just not want to play the game, where Hit can loop one of his attacks into itself. Like, he has a stance into a big punch, and he can just go from that stance into that punch, and it'll hit you, and it'll pop you up, like it'll juggle you, and then it'll just juggle back into itself over and over again, as long as the opponent is at the right height. So, I mean, you don't have to actually structure anything. There's nothing about proper routing or scaling. It's just punch them, and you win. Ouch. I am on fire. Like, why does Ocelot do this? DVFZ counterbalance is very bad. They made a lot of moves that are just overtuned, so it's like everyone in this game is Izanami, if it makes sense. Yeah, kinda, yeah. The game does have combo sauce. They also did the thing where we have loops that do at least 50% with minimal effort. Right. Like, the thing about a lot of the Touch of Deaths before, they were fair because you needed the proper routing. You needed to have the correct situation present itself, and then go about a specific series of buttons in order to actually get past the scaling that would either scale them out with hit stun or damage, and then more than likely spend a pretty good amount of your meter in order to actually kill the opponent. Now, you can just do it. Or alternatively, another thing that would require a Touch of Death is being on your last character, because there's limit break and then other safety nets put in place to make sure that you're still able to have a fighting chance even if you're on one character left. and they just kind of said, we don't need any of that anymore. And then, look where we are now. Like, a friend of mine that has been playing on the newest patch, I remember having a conversation with him, and I was talking about how the things that I'm worried about is, like, if, little Timmy just rolls his face over the controller and then gets a touch of death out of that, I'm gonna get mad. Even if the novelty of the new patch is kind of fun, it's eventually going to wear down on me. And then, however many days later, when he finally does respond to me about that message, he's like, oh, by the way, yeah, you were right. I was fighting against a friend of mine that runs Trunks Janemba, and I don't remember the last one. I think it was Jiren. And he said it was basically a one-touch game. Like, he had to play extremely carefully in the neutral, because Janemba assist, which was slow and is not slow anymore, will tap him at any point. And then, if anything like Janemba assist touches him, or from Trunks, who is the point character, touches him, then he probably just lost that character. I have no ammo. Why am I aiming at those like I can stop them?
Shot down the chopper. Already backup chopper. Call from your iDroid.
Hits infinite was removed. The issue is that despite removing the easiest infinites, they kept the easy loops in the game. So for example, Broly doing 2M beam is still a thing. Oh, cool. Is the game fun? Yes. Was it made very clownish, unserious? Also yes. It's actually just funny. Haha, slap. Yep. That's not far enough. Whoa, that almost touched me. That is far enough. Okay. Hello. Should probably get out of here before, yeah, that, but... Damn it. That's not good. If these explode while I'm next to them. Alright, we're good. Ish. I'm glad I'm casual enough with fighting games to not realize when they're bad. Kinda wish I could go back to those days, where I could see stuff the same way, just a little bit. I'm really hoping this doesn't kill me. I'm really glad that didn't kill me. Oh, frick me. Hello? tree has fallen on me. Wait, can I blow these up? I can. Okay, that was the intended way to get out of here. Not searching for the small gap. Frick me. That killed me. I knew that was gonna kill me, and I was really hoping it wouldn't.
Hey, quit kidding around. Snake?
Lock in, man. I am locked in. Or at least I'm... Aye. Quit kidding around now. Alright. I'm gonna pay attention. I hope that's what Strive 2.0 is like. What, chaotic? And stupid? I don't think that's a good thing. I don't think you're gonna like that one. Could be wrong. I don't know what you like in a fighting game. I know if Strives 2.0 actually makes the game feel better. I do have some hope for it. Not really high, but I mostly just want to play Jam. That's about it. I want to get back into Strive, but I just want to get back into, like... I just want, like, my character to be less annoying to play. But I guess that's part of the point of the character, right? For her to be annoying to play. It's feast or famine. You're either winning or you're losing really hard. Okay, that's what I should have been blowing up. I don't know why I wasn't doing that before. I don't know why Huey didn't tell me to blow the canisters up on its back. I like when the character I play has big boobs. I like when the character that I play has boobs. Doesn't have to be big. I just like boobs. Oh! Alright, we're fine. You're a liar. What do you mean I'm a liar? What makes you say that? I'll say I like larger boobs more, sure, but I still just like boobs. You're always talking about big boobs and being smushed by them. Because ideally, that's best timeline. That doesn't mean I can't appreciate smaller boobs. Ouch. You gonna railgun me? Please don't railgun me. Okay, no, you're not railgunning me, thank God. Bobs. That's why you play as Ryle? True. Taking out Pequod? No, you're not. You're just being weird. Alright, even. Nope. Okay, well, see you, Pequod. Or not. Wait, maybe you're fine.
Supply drop, hurry!
You're somehow not dead. You're gonna railgun us, though.
This is Pequod! Taking too many hits! I gotta pull out!
Supply drop complete.
Careful, Quiet. You're gonna get railgun. Drop the stub! Please! Just because you like a type of something doesn't mean you can't appreciate different versions. Exactly, see? Diamond Uo gets it. Will this hit you? Yes, it will. Please don't. Okay, thank God.
Nearly there, Snake.
Oh, thank God I made it through. Why are you aiming at me, Quiet? You're gonna do that thing where you jump at me and then I hate. Me playing Dead Apostle Noel and Type Lumina be like, Steven doesn't shut up about big boobs. He's even rejected smaller-chested women ideals. Like? What? What are you talking about? I don't know that one. When did I ever say anything about that? I said didn't want it. I do believe that I said something like that, but I don't know if I was joking when I said it. I really wish I could, you know, shoot you. No, wait.
Supply drop complete. The support helicopter requested.
Okay, let's relax with the knee missiles, please. Big boobs are attractive. Steven is based for that. Oh no. Can I, like, sleep dart you? Okay, I can. Thank God. Maybe I should have been doing that before. Bruh. Yup. Yup. Please don't kill me. Dude, this ain't funny anymore. I'm really glad that any shot versus that thing will cause it to stop. Are you about to do the railgun thing again? Please don't. You're not. Okay, good. so close to death. Nice.
Snake! Let's see Skullface.
Can you use your legs here? We're still alive?
There were 3. Where's the other?
Very close to you.
Oh. I don't know, dude.
Finish me. Kill me.
I still don't want to shoot him. I don't know why. I just don't.
do it yourself. Mission complete, boss. Kill me! Kill me! I did it!
Huey?
Revenge!
What?
Development project has been added.
I thought something was weird when Huey decided to exit the helicopter, but like, what the hell was that? Why? Hmm. What's up, homegrown tone? Coming in, this man is spitting the gospel of Booba's big salute, huh? Oh, with all boobs attractive? I see. No one saw that? The vial of vocal cord parasites floating away? I guess not. Like, I was listening for the sound, and I didn't hear the second one blow up, and I was wondering what's up, and then, you know, whatever it is comes in, takes it away, so... Oh boy, that's gonna be a problem. I can't wait to see it. What's up, big bro? So the S rank goes to Huey and Huey alone. Yeah? Ay, ay, ay. You should have just shot him. Did I have the option? I didn't know that we were gonna, like, pop him 4 or 5 times in the legs and arms and then make it extremely difficult for him to kill himself. I really didn't think that would happen. This, I guess we got to at least see, like, Kaz get his kind of revenge for it, though. And that's why he's my GOAT, because he popped Skullface. Do you understand how much he has ruined, like, that entire scenario? Like, the whole thing, if you don't shoot him yourself, assuming that is an option, is like you make him suffer. He's supposed to suffer in a, not a similar sense, but in a different kind of way that, like, Big Boss and Kaz have suffered with the whole loss of the mother base, right? Like, they lost so many people, so much stuff, and, like, so much progress, object, everything. They lost everything. Kaz lost his arm and leg to make sure that Big Boss didn't die in the hospital when he's recovering from everything that went on with the first mother base. And then you see Skullface, the man responsible for all of it, and you're like, you know what? Instead of killing you, I'm gonna make it so that I'm gonna make you like frickin' Tantalus. You can see the fruit in front of you, you can see the way out, but instead you're gonna die slowly, and then frickin' Huey gives him the out. He's like, alright, you get one of them. You get to die fully. Frickin' I hate him. Yeah, Huey made it worse again. Yup. Nice bonus there, you hit the Izanami floating boy. What? I don't know what's been going on through any of these MGS playthroughs, but I know Huey's my GOAT. I cannot wait for you to be in the same boat as Tenjin, where you play the game and then you understand just how bad Huey is for everything else. Steve's a kind of GOAT too. I assume you're not I hope that you're not talking about the animal. Said it during Expedition 33, I don't know if you were joking about the boobs thing. But do you not find small boobs attractive too? And then Tenjin quoting past me, the true breast man finds all sorts of breasts attractive. I was based when I said that. That is true. The things you assume. I don't know what other goat you could be talking about. What am I the goat of?
Anyone can give up his fight by laying down arms. But the feeling of holding a gun, that we'll never forget. Like our lost limbs, the sensation lingers.
Here she comes! Here she comes!
This better not be what I think it is. Oh my god.
We hold our rifles in missing hands. We stand tall on missing legs. We stride forward on the bones of our fallen. Then, and only then, are we alive. This pain is ours, and no one else's. The secret weapon we wield, out of sight. We will be stronger than ever, for our peace. Sahelanthropus will unleash that thirst unto the future. Those were his last words.
Cause.
Pretentious to the end. Still, doesn't feel like this is over. And I'll never be whole again.
There are an estimated 7,100 languages spoken in the world, but only 6 are designated as official languages of the United States. That's at United Nations.
In the deepest night, reaching out, grasping for a fleeting memory. All the thoughts keep piercing this broken mind. I fall,
So that's...
but I'm still
Well, that's it, guys. Next game. So that's the end of MGS5. Oh, hold on. Okay. Is Eli just Psycho Mantis? Because Eli, a lot of what he's been doing seems to just be like wreaking havoc, the same way that Psycho Mantis said he wanted to do. But Eli hasn't spoken at all. I don't know. Seriously, holy heck. Wait! Wait! Do you know what's going on? With the whole crazy chick and like the vial of whatever? Nothing. Okay. Just keep going, man. I guess I will. So, I guess I'm wondering what happens to Sahelanthropus later, because we still have it here. Because that has to get destroyed, since it doesn't show up in, Metal Gear. What happens to the vocal cord parasites? Because those are the vocal cord parasites for English, and clearly that kid has to use them, right? Or, I guess he doesn't have to, but him just having it and then it never showing up again wouldn't make very much sense. So I gotta play quiet, stupid mission. Agreed, that mission is dumb. What am I remembering? Like, I remember Psycho Mantis saying that he... No, he wasn't an orphan. He was... His mother died early, his father hated him for it, he grew up in a village reading people's minds and hating everybody for it. I don't remember if he said... Sorry, I'm getting distracted by this really good song. I don't remember anything outside of where he said he grew up, or what happened. Sing along then. I don't know the lyrics. What's up, Ninja? Yes, this song is as close as you'll get to hearing a woman whisper in your ear. Right. Okay. Is the game over? I don't know. I know I heard things about this game being unfinished, but I there seem to be way too many unanswered questions. Like, Big Boss's obsession over perpetuating war with orphans is one of them. What happens to the vocal cord parasites that we just saw? We know what happens to Huey, but what happens to Sahelanthropus? How does Kaz get to be the way that he was? Like, he was not necessarily useless in Metal Gear 1 and 2, but he was like, dude, you're kind of giving me a whole bunch of nonsense. And then there's also the question of why are you working with Solid Snake? Why didn't you help Big Boss? So which makes me think like Kaz lost his mind at some point, right? He has to have. But what would have caused that? Never be game over. I have to admit, like, the MGS5 game, more than any other MGS, I can understand that mechanically. I don't think I get that story-wise, if that's what you're talking about. Get max bond with quiet before you stop? Oh, frick me. Oh, is this where that part is? Was this where this part is from? I didn't know this is a Metal Gear song. Maybe because it's kind of like Peak Walker. What? MGS5 gameplay is coded. Okay, that's what you mean. Yeah, I meant gameplay. MGS5 story is meh. Gotcha. Waiting for the finale of Dispatch. Otherwise, I'm enjoying playing Chun-Li in City of the Wolves. For here, the mighty rule. Wait, is Dispatch not like a finished? I thought it was. It said waiting for the finale. Is the ending of the game not in the game? Is it something that was promised later? Is it being released in episodic parts like Walking Dead Season 4? Glad Dispatch doesn't take forever to release episode. Okay, I guess that answers my question. Playing another unfinished game. There's nothing in the future games that, like... Nothing in the future games that I remember alludes to people dying to vocal cord parasites, or dying because of using English. It's nanomachines, but people died to, like... Oh wait, there's also the specific, what's it called, box dye? Thing that causes what is basically a heart attack in specific victims. So like, what is happening with this English vocal cord parasite? So what's our new Thursday game, Void Stranger? I was going to play Fear and Hunger before that, but I remember Luke Ryan wanting to see me play Void Stranger, so... it might be Void Stranger just to continue or finish that because I already started it however many weeks ago. And then after that I might play Fear and Hunger and then knock out all the rest of the games that were bought for me that I never started up. So do you know who the little girl Psychomantis is or the fire guy? No, I still am very confused on those. And why the fire guy would have just killed himself and why the small floating chick is the way that she is. Unless... No, the floating chick isn't like the one Psychomantis-like beauty in MGS4, right? God, these credits are longer than the hecking game. What about White Mamba? I don't know who he is either. Like, all of the characters that are here seem to be self-contained, because White Mamba doesn't show up in the future games either. Not that I know of, anyway. Unless he is Psychomantis, considering he has a connection with the little girl, the psychic girl. But that shouldn't be it. You bench sitters are lucky. We have to wait a whole week for the finale. Oh my goodness. You get to experience the whole thing as of 6 days from now. Okay. Okay. Why did they delay the ending like that? Why would they do that? Why not just put the ending in the game? Unless they have some things that they needed to, like, work with and iron out of the game before they could do that. Who cares about Dispatch? I care about Dispatch, and so do a lot of other people. I would like to play that game. White Mamba is Uma Thurman's son, clearly. Who? You have to complete side quests to find out more about them, sadly. Frickin' damn it. They release 2 episodes a week. Oh, okay. That's strange. Sahelanthropus, Skullface's objective, Metallic Archaea, Code Talker in his research, and then another Sahelanthropus. My controller has stopped functioning because it was still for such a long time. What the heck? You don't know who Uma Thurman is? No, I do not. I'm not in the loop. I don't care about people a lot of the time. Who? Just tell me. Just answer who it is. Just tell me who it is, please. Obtained emblem, nuke. Raven sword. Diamond, decorative. Nuclear weapons can now be developed or disposed of. It never frickin' ends. Fire grenade ricochet. Command for quiet is now available. I don't know what that means. Nuclear weapon disposals trial is now available. View trial records in the pause menu for details. Yo, you can become Huey? No!
I won't scatter your sorrow to the heartless sea. I won't see you in his ashes. You're all diamonds.
This man acted as accomplice to the attack on Mother Base. Why are you here? Revenge against the boss.
I'm not like you!
I think it is time you knew.
I'll go alone. Boss, what are you...
We can't afford to lose anyone else.
What if she's a spy?
What if I'm a spy? Or you?
Kill her! What should we do, boss? Just give the order.
You were right. He is not one of us.
Boss.
Snake?
What?
Attention! Diamond Dogs! Even with Skullface dead, our brothers are unavenged. And the phantom pain he brought us lives on. Cypher is still out there. We know they've planted spies, parasites among us. Watch the man to your left, to your right. Assume nothing. Report everything. It's the only way to protect ourselves. From here on out, you will be my eyes. The deadliest enemy's right here in our midst. And they will get no mercy.
Even with Skullface dead, our pain is still right with us.
Function.
We need more strength. We need more men. Diamond Dogs needs to be bigger. Missions have come in too. We still have a long road ahead of us.
Wait, what's up with Miller's eyes? Is he... He's not blind, is he? Has he been blind this whole time? So this is why they called him Blind Frick Miller in the later titles? Okay, yeah, then he is blind. Damn.
Boss, welcome back.
There's a lot of things in this chapter. This game is not over. Ha 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 ha. I'm kind of glad about that, then. I'm actually very glad about that. We got a lot of cassette tapes to listen to. Base facilities.
Sun will set shortly. Commencing platform construction. 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 Please specify a project.
Oh yes, Dad, please, an hour of tapes now. Almost like this is the missing link between MGS5 and Metal Gear or something. Yeah, who knew? I don't remember them establishing that Miller was blind. Was that in a codec? That might have been a codec. Shotguns. Am I crazy? Where's the... Oh, here we are. This is the nade launcher with the scope. Scope mount, upper option, 3 times rangefinder scope, additional options slot, ×2 upper option slots. I don't care about these. I'm not trying to scope with a nade launcher. But these do increase damage for some reason. Damn, Miller's backstory is dark. I don't think it was explained in the game. What do you mean? Like, this is his whole... Is this not his whole backstory? Unless you mean, like, the thing that blinded him. I assume the thing that blinded him was... frickin' him being in Afghanistan for however many years and being tortured. Because I can't imagine he was doing all the stuff that he did back in Peace Walker while still blind. If he was, then that's nuts. If he wasn't, then... I mean...
You're asking the wrong guy. Well, whoever she is, boy, does she creep me out. I hear ya.
Bionic arms... Can make a better iDroid. Markers placeable up 1. I mean, his family life. Oh, okay. I mean, I guess that probably wouldn't be explained to you.
Please select landing zone.
Roger.
Alright, pick me up.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is B-Quad. On station at LZ.
Do men want to be picked up physically? No. I mean, I don't. I'd rather do the picking up.
Gaining altitude.
I mean, I feel like anybody that would be into, like, the strong women would want to be picked up. But I'm not one of those dudes that's into larger, stronger women. Cap? What do you mean, cap? Steve only cares about hand-holding? True. Filthy, also true.
Mission list
Boss.
updated.
You can now give the order to develop or dispose of nuclear weapons from your iDroid. With a nuclear deterrent, even if you're discovered while infiltrating a rival PF's FOB, most PFs won't dare retaliate. But you, of all people, know how dangerous it can be to have nuclear weapons. So will you add nukes to our arsenal as a deterrent? Or will you take them away from other PFs and dispose of them to help build a world that's free of nuclear weapons? I'll leave that decision up to you.
It never frickin' ends, man. Sahelanthropus, armor material.
Emmerich didn't go with depleted uranium for Sahelanthropus's armor because of its strength.
He had nukes in mind.
Exactly. It's meant to use its body as the fuel component for a nuclear weapon. Sahelanthropus uses built-in uranium enrichment archaea to melt its own body and extract
Okay, I thought so.
uranium-235 from the depleted uranium in its armor. Those archaea perform the enrichment in an extremely short time. The concentration jumps by a factor of several hundred, from 0.2% to over 90%. The end result being highly enriched weapons-grade uranium. Sahelanthropus's body itself becomes a nuclear bomb. Emmerich says if it were to self-destruct, the nuclear yield would be somewhere in the region of 15 kilotons. Since you need about 50 kilograms of highly enriched uranium to trigger a nuclear reaction, that would mean Sahelanthropus contains something like 23 tons of depleted uranium.
That's not very much.
No, it isn't. That's about what you'd expect to find in a main battle tank's armor. The point is, it can be transported anywhere, even use its conventional weaponry on the battlefield, and the international community will never suspect a thing.
Oh my god. Oh, let's just kill Huey. Let's just kill Huey. Can we please kill Huey? Let's kill him. Let's kill him. Let's kill him. How do I find him in the base so I can kill him myself? Let's just pop him in the forehead. It'll make the world a better place. It really will. Figures out how to make depleted uranium enriched again. That's what I thought. That's what I remember from the previous messages. It really is just... Let's turn Sahelanthropus into a walking bomb. A walking nuclear bomb. Stretch, hydrate. Thank you for looking out for me. Value all life. Huey might as well not be living, bro. He ain't even a human being. Still needs to make Otacon. He's done that. Otacon exists. He boned, I assume it's Dr. Strangelove, and then... No, not I assume. It established that it was Dr. Strangelove. He boned Dr. Strangelove, had a kid, and then later on he's gonna go find some new chick with also... where she has a daughter, and then Otacon's gonna get seduced by that woman, and then... I guess he was gonna walk in on that, and then he's gonna be like, okay, well, that's cool. Hey, watch this. And then he walks into his pool. Triple harmonica. If anything, Strangelove boned him. I mean, probably, yeah. This should have been before Huey would have been able to walk, right? Or control his lower legs, so... Which is amazing if that is actually what happened, because I'm pretty sure Dr. Strangelove hated him. So, I don't understand how or why that would have actually happened. Where are Dewey and Louie? Somewhere on the other side of the planet, hopefully safe. The road to hell is paved with good intentions, but he's, like, there's no way he hasn't stopped for, if you're talking about Huey and what he's trying to do, there's no way he hasn't stopped for, like, 10 seconds to think about what he's doing, right? He has to have. He has to have. Like, at what point do you eventually think, like, hey, I made 2 different hyper nukes. 2 of them. Maybe one of them was bad. Maybe any of them were bad. The only reason I did this is because I believe in nuclear deterrent. But things went wrong with the first one, and we almost had the entire world blow up. Don't worry, it won't happen the next time. Like, come on! Come on! Ooh! She's a strange woman, sometimes hate breeds sex, but that still doesn't make sense. She's a lesbian. She put her hands on both Cecile and Paz. I guess she could be bisexual, but, like, even then... She didn't... I don't know, man. Lesbian after Huey? She was a lesbian before Huey! She was a lesbian before Huey! Like, Otacon was born after the events of Peace Walker. Dr. Strangelove is only doing the things that she's doing to make an AI replica of the boss. Dr. Strangelove had Cecile captive, and while Cecile was captive, she put her hands on her. Now you say, well, I made 2 super nukes, why not make a third? Basically, Huey's based. Huey should keep himself safe. Huey should be the next MC, okay. I am no longer acknowledging your bait. Interesting bait you have here, Tenjin. The only way to win is to not reply. Steven, the way you explain it... Wait, explaining what? What? What did I do? Maybe she thought Huey was a girl? Yeah, definitely thought that when she pulled his freaking pants down and saw a penis. Because of how much of a pussy he is? True. True. Huey's such a Chad, he turns lesbian straight. Feminine penis. I love that meme. I'm not reading that. What else you got to say about Sahelanthropus?
Team and the transport team out of Afghanistan. They finished installing Sahelanthropus on the base. It's ours now.
All right. Don't let any of the staff touch that thing. Especially Emmerich.
Of course. That guy's crush on Sahelanthropus is beyond a joke. Guess he really wants to see his tech stand on its own 2 legs this time.
That's not gonna happen.
I know it. So you've got no plans to make it operational again?
Damn right.
Boss, I want to hear it straight from you.
Hear what?
What the hell do you want with that thing? The drive is busted. It's not like it has a nuke on board. Even if the metallic archaea could turn it into a nuclear weapon, all it can do is self-destruct. Sahelanthropus just isn't a weapon anymore. It'll draw unwanted attention without even being a deterrent.
I know.
The weapons development strut sank 2 feet under that thing's wake. That's 1 year's drop in a single night. We've started on reinforcing the strut, but there's no guarantee it'll hold up if a storm hits.
I know that too.
Boss, why keep it?
It's a mark.
What?
Us Diamond Dogs, we don't have a country to call home. That means we have no past, nothing to prove that we lived. Every one of us threw it all away when we came here. Sahelanthropus is a symbol to show that the likes of us brought at least one crisis to its end.
A mark in history. So we can't just fade away.
It's of no practical use to us. But we still need it.
A symbol of what we've done. I'm glad I sounded you out on this. Snake, on behalf of all of us, I want to thank you.
I don't need gratitude. I need security. Keep Emmerich away from that thing.
Roger that.
Just throw it into the ocean, man. Something. Don't keep it around. God damn it. Ah! I get it. I get wanting to leave a mark behind about, hey, we help people, but, like, nobody even knows that Sahelanthropus existed! This is just for yourselves! But you all have the memory! You should all know what you did! Why do you care about this thing? You could easily accomplish a similar thing with, like, a statue. A statue with an engraving, something. Not the machine itself, which is like an actual walking death trap. Steve, are you in pain? Phantom pain? I'm in a lot of pain. Penis is just a very large clit, just saying? Okay, well, I mean, if you're gonna look at it like that. Maybe she said for the one time a kid can be had. I doubt Dr. Strangelove. No, that doesn't make any sense. If Dr. Strangelove did that to have a kid, then she would have stuck around after Huey was, or Otacon was born. Which, she didn't. She phased out of existence. Or maybe she died, actually. I don't know. That would, if she died, that would make more sense. No, because didn't Otacon say his mother left? Because we know that Huey's not raising Otacon. Because he's here. So I guess maybe Strangelove is taking care of Otacon at the moment. And then maybe later on, both Huey and Strangelove get back, and then Strangelove is like, Jesus Christ, this human is pathetic. It's like he was walking... It's like she was looking at walking garbage, and then she just leaves. I don't know why she wouldn't have left with Otacon, but she leaves, and then the rest of what happens in MGS2 happens. I don't know. Let him cook. He's like very smart and stuff. If you killed a giant robot, would you not want to keep it? No. I mean, maybe, but not when it's something like that. Not when it's something that we know can turn into a massive nuclear bomb if we just press the right buttons. That's just stupid. Aren't they scientists? He probably just handed her a vial of this cum. I don't think... I want you to know scientists are human. They have human-like urges. She's pretty selfish, is she not? She is. She is extremely selfish. So I guess, yeah, it would make enough sense that she just decided she didn't feel like raising Hal anymore. The safety mechanism of nuclear saturation from the metallic archaea.
You said that the nukes Skullface was trying to spread around the world were equipped with a failsafe. Something that could shut them down at will. His will.
Quite so. After all, he needed a guarantee that a buyer wouldn't simply turn the weapons back on him.
So how can they be stopped?
The criticality trigger, that is, the detonator, is a complete black box design. Any attempt to dismantle it causes it to melt in seconds, using the corroding archaea. The design ensures that no detonation is possible unless he disengages the lock.
So he had a way to disengage it remotely?
Precisely. The client simply presses a button. At that moment, the detonator begins transmission with a surveillance satellite. The satellite reports to him how the client is trying to use the nuke. If he does not object, the lock is disengaged.
But if it's a risk to him in any way...
the detonator melts down. The same is true if detonation does not occur within a preset time after the lock is disengaged. The nuke is rendered useless.
Who the hell would buy something with strings attached like that?
The client would never know until the moment they actually try to use it. Most likely, he would have explained the time delay as the detonators needing time to activate. And he only intended to sell to technologically primitive groups in the first place.
Let me guess. He'd claim it was defective and offer a replacement. Shadier than a used car salesman.
Skullface shakes your hand like a friend, using the other to control you like a puppet. This is how he works.
What I thought it was. The only reason he had the nuclear... The thing to prevent a nuclear detonation was just so that they couldn't use it against him. And I guess if only the people that he has control over, only the people that wouldn't know how to make the nukes himself were buying from him, they wouldn't know how to develop something to make sure that it can be used against him. Eventually, it would probably lead to him getting attacked by the people that he sold to, because they would hopefully eventually figure out how it works, but for a long period of time, I feel like people would be more concerned with nuking or not nuking each other. Which is this exact thing that Skullface wanted. My heart cries for Hal. I really wanted him to just be happy. Definitely my kind of guy. I don't know. At the same time, I guess, like, Hal was on the same path as Huey at some point. He was going to do just about the same thing. And then... Solid Snake basically talked some sense into him, which is what was really great. And then he went completely different direction, thankfully. Jesus Christ. Steve, do something? What do you mean do something? What do you want me to do? So hungry, me die. Oh, that's what you want me to do. I don't have... what do you want me to frickin'... If it was hungry, You want me to make the unzipped dick joke again? I can do that. Yeah, you see? Tension. Like...
Caution, rain approaching.
What's up, Moose? He was. Is Denial Man Steven still on his quest to obliterate every soldier? There were no soldiers to obliterate, just a big robot, and then we make the world worse. Order some Uber Eats to her place? With what money? You got Uber Eats money? Parasites living among us.
Code Talker. Haven't seen you eat a single thing since you got here.
What?
Let me guess. Photosynthesis?
Oh? What makes you say that?
Well, a long time ago, I knew someone with a similar ability.
Well, you are
The end.
correct. Most of my body is covered with parasites. I supply them with water, and in return, I receive sugars they produce when exposed to light. It isn't just my skin either. The parasites also act as my eyes. They have replaced many of my internal organs as well.
How old
It
are
is
you?
thanks to them that I live on after over a century.
How did you obtain them anyway? Through your research?
I would like to say as much, but there is more to it than that. Let me take you back 20 years. I had hit a dead end with my parasite research. Then I was approached by a foundation. They said they had a sample of an unusual strain of parasite.
Which foundation?
Apparently, they had links to ARPA. But that is all I learned. I was somewhat ignorant of the ways of the world. Just being able to study it was enough for me.
Yeah, I've heard that before. Go on.
Half in doubt, I visited them to discover the body of an old man. Well, to be precise, his partial remains. A collection of parts.
Did you find the N's body?
The man had died in an explosion.
You did.
An old man, you say?
His flesh had not decomposed. In fact, the tissue's cells were still metabolizing. The parasite had infected, or should I say assimilated with, the tissues, and was keeping them alive. I became obsessed with studying the body parts, foregoing food and even sleep. Every day was filled with new discoveries. The parasite's biology, internal anatomy, life cycle. But there was only so much I could learn through observation. And so I made a decision. To truly know the parasites, I had to live with them.
So, you implanted them inside you from the dead man's flesh?
Correct. It was quite a gamble, whether or not they would adapt to me. But fortunately, it appears I was compatible with them. Or perhaps, through my many years of research, my immune system learned to tolerate them.
Were they that body's only parasite?
Yes. However, there was a separate specimen that supplied its host with adrenaline in response to pain, and yet another that could control insects at will through secreting heterogeneous pheromones. I wanted
Pain.
exposure to them.
I don't know the other
them
one.
into me, but my wishes were denied. Their records, though, provided clues that helped advance my research. Would you care to join me? A life spent never worrying about food is a most wonderful one.
I think I'll pass. But thanks. This has been helpful.
So you found the remains of the End, and you took his parasites. Interesting. And then we have an explanation for the pain and why he was able to control the Hornets. But who got adrenaline from pain? That wasn't the fear. What were all of them? It was the pain, the fury, the fear, the End. What am I missing? Pain, fury, fear, and sorrow. Sorrow wasn't exactly there. He wouldn't be the one that I'm talking about. Sorrow was like a hallucination, essentially. He was like a literal ghost. I think that is the only explanation. Everyone knows the boss's will was actually to murder literally every soldier so there's no one to fight wars. True. If everyone is dead, then no one can be. If everyone's super. If this was a good game, they would have made Code Talker butt-ass naked like Quiet. I don't think that's what I want to see. I don't want to see this old man shriveled nutsack. That's, kinda nasty. You can't kill what is dead. What is dead may never die. And with strange eons, even Kingdom Hearts 4 may release. Ha 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 ha. I see, that's what you were going for. Naruto, that is not. Nope. Either way. It's weird to me that they call them parasites. It makes me think about Skullgirls and how they're called parasites in Skullgirls, but half of them are helping their host. Like, Squiggly... No, Squiggly is alive because she was immortal because of a wish, but, Eliza, she has Sekhmet as her parasite, as her skeleton, essentially, and it needs blood to survive, but because of that, it has made Eliza immortal, essentially. She's lived for like 200 years. Because she just takes blood from these massive blood drives that everybody thinks are good. And then, who else has a parasite? Cerebella, her hat, Cerebellum? No. What is her hat's name? I don't remember. Vice versa. Her hat's name is Vice versa. And it's just a giant pair of arms on her head. And that doesn't seem to have any detriment. The only one who has a parasite, and it actually harms them, or I guess two, that have a parasite and they harm them, or... not Samson. Philia and Samson, because I think Samson killed Philia's parents? I don't know. Whatever the hell Philia's story was, I don't remember it being explained very well. And then, Painwheel, and the reason why she's just in constant pain is just because she has two parasites, which no one is supposed to have. Everybody else who ended up with two parasites just died. But she's okay. She's alive, at the very least. Oh, wait, even Parasol. Parasol and Umbrella, both of them have parasites. Her Parasol and Umbrellas, they're like... I don't know, it doesn't make sense. So Symbiote, yeah, that's what it should be called, but I guess it's not like... I guess if the same thing that is making Code Talker essentially immortal... And, frickin'... The same thing that's making Code Talker immortal and making Quiet photosynthesize and whatnot. If they're the same kind of parasites as the vocal cord parasites, then yeah, I guess you could still just call them parasites. But if they're two different organisms, then it doesn't make sense. Why would you not call one a parasite and the other a symbiote? Because he is the way he is? Samsung killed Philip's parents? That's... Nope. I don't know how you got to this conclusion. Why is he talking about Skullgirls? Because I'm talking about... Maybe... Man, listen to the words that I say, and then you'll know why I'm talking about what I'm talking about. Instead of just, like, coming in, listening to half a sentence, and then being like, why are you talking about 2XKO? Why are you talking about freaking Skullgirls? Play the freaking game, streamer. And then I say, man, you're... Go away. Sit back. A black man is talking. You should listen. I don't know why I'm using this meme, even though the original of the meme is a black woman is talking. Also, I'll keep 100% honest, I've never really looked at Skullgirls lore, so I don't know what is this guy saying. I didn't expect to hear all that. I mean, I didn't pay too much attention either. Just, you don't need to know much about Skullgirls. It's just, there's a bunch of evil labs, there's people with parasites, the parasites usually enhance the person that they're attached to. I think when the parasite ends up leaving the person, they die, though. Like, not the parasite, the person dies, the host dies. Maybe that's why they're called parasites. And then there's the skull heart, which it is the thing that people wish on, but it's like a monkey's paw, where if you make a wish, you'll get it, but then eventually, assuming you have any sort of corruption or darkness in your heart, it'll take over and you'll become the next Skullgirl, which will cause a bunch of havoc and grief later on in life. That's what happened to Marie. Marie made a wish, I believe it was to make Squiggly immortal or something, because I believe they were friends. Or not immortal, maybe it was to bring her back? I don't remember what it was. But either way, Marie makes the wish, and then, she becomes the Skullgirl and then ruins the world for a certain period of time until she's stopped by whoever you play in the story, and then they take the Skull Heart. I didn't know there was Skullgirls lore. I mean, every fighting game, just about every fighting game, has lore to it. Skullgirls lore, it's pretty interesting, but I know there was some controversy not too long ago about not only the fact that there's a whole bunch of stuff like upskirts and sexualized content in the game, but also the fact that, say, Parasol's group of people, they look like Nazis, and I think the game has a very bad habit, or bad... It does this thing where it looks like it's glorifying them at surface value, but I think if you actually play the game, then you get to understand, oh, Parasol's group are actually like a group of really, really terrible people. But I remember that getting censored. There was like a scene where like two dudes that are part of Parasol's faction break the legs, or like they beat this guy with like an inch of his life, and there's a CG of you seeing the guy with his legs broken and he's bloody and on the ground and whatnot, and then they censored that to just be like an image of those two dudes looking very evil with a red filter over it, and that's something that I got kind of mad about, because it's like, I don't know, it feels like you're taking away from what should be showing that Parasol's group is actually not good, that they're actually Nazis, they're bad people. What's up, Lord Ratatosk? Parasite equals bad, symbiote equals good. Yeah, and the things that Code Talker are using, they're good. They're keeping him alive, so why would they be called parasites? And then the same goes for most of the parasites in Skullgirls. I guess Eliza having Sekhmet and needing blood from other people to survive, I guess that is a bad thing. But the fact that she's still immortal with blood, that's a good thing for her. Steve just played the race card. I can't come back from that chat. He got me. I will slink away in defeat. Good. Is Steve's the lore master? No, I know very limited things about Skullgirls. Roger's first villainous deed was telling Lucarine he'd totally play Fear and Hunger. True. Modern audience be like, upskirts are evil. Also true, unfortunately. Chad, I have a sudden urge to affirm that Nazis are bad and I have nothing to do with them. Okay. Steve, want to see the gore? Not that I want to see the gore, it's that I want to see the thing that represents that these people are bad people. When you take that away, then you kind of start... You kind of work against your cause, don't you think? If their intent with taking that screenshot away, that CG away, was to say, like, hey, we shouldn't be glorifying these Nazi-like individuals, then all you have really done is show me... You don't make me understand how bad they are. You've made it harder to understand how bad they are. Steve, want to see the gore? Kojimbo wanted the game to be about parasites. Blood for the Blood God? Right. I just know Big Band could play Megalovania mid-combo. Oh yeah. Also, Big Band is just a head. He's a head and an iron lung. Similar to that of Peacock. Peacock's parasite also helps her. Because Peacock... She's just like a torso and a head with no eyes. But because of her parasite, she can bend reality as well as see out of those actual eyes that are on her arms. Big Band, I don't remember what happened to him, and I don't know if he has a parasite. I don't think he does. I think he is just an iron lung that is souped up with a bunch of different instruments. Freaky, very. Yeah, the vocal parasites are parasites because it hecking kills you if you speak the language that is coded into them. Yeah, but those are the vocal parasites. What he's talking about, they're the skin parasites, the same thing that the End had. Unless the compatibility is the key point. Unless it's like whether or not the vocal cord parasites decide whether or not you should be alive. Which, I guess that would be interesting. But then Code Talker would be spreading everything. But no, that doesn't matter. Because if he spreads everything to Mother Base, all of them are cured with the, what the hell was it called? Whichever bacteria? I don't remember its name. Either way, they were cured with it. But they can't have kids. Man, I stopped playing Skullgirls with the Undizzy patch. The game turned into Reset Girls. It's always been Reset Girls. The game became permanently and unalterably worse. If you say so. I don't think it changed that much, man. Skullface's demise. I have been watered.
Skullface has finally burned out. The world is rid of his existence at last. Was he still alive? You could say that. But you could also say he'd been dead for decades. What's that supposed to mean? Biologically speaking, it's hard to say how much was his life. Side effects from the treatment? No. The primary effect. Keeping a dying host alive as long as possible. That is the whole point. But in the end, he grew too dependent on his children.
as if he had any other way to keep on living. He first underwent parasite therapy before the Soviet Union became his home. His body was horribly burned. Fire washed across his thin young frame and stole his skin and his throat, even his lungs. Only through repeated therapies could the parasites keep him alive. Most of his life became something the parasites gave to him.
And then he lost the ability to die.
That is correct. The parasites live on past the host's death, still aiding cell composition. At that stage, there is no way to extract them from the host cells. There is no way of knowing when the last cell of Skullface's body would die. The only choice was to burn the whole thing. And his children, along with it. And I am one to talk. When my life is snuffed out, I expect you to treat my body the same way. And when I burn, I will truly be one with my children for the first time.
So if we had just left... So if we had just left Skullface where he was, without Huey shooting him in the head, he would have just been in pain for however long. He really would have been suffering for possibly... however long it would take for someone to finally move that structure off of his body. Now I'm... especially mad at Huey. I don't know if I actually wanted Skullface to suffer, but... I definitely didn't want Huey to be the one to kill him. Ay. That still makes me think about the end, though. The end dies of old age if you wait a week after starting his fight. If you don't, then you kill him and then he blows up. He just explodes. So... I guess you can still die with parasites like that, but you won't fully die. It's possibly just like being brain dead, I guess. I'm thinking about Death Stranding, though. No, it was not always reset girls. People would actually finish their combos. It went from, okay, I wait until the combo is over and watch for Oki, to I have to be ready for him to air grab me at any point, and I strongly disliked that. I don't know about that one, dude. I'm pretty sure Skullgirls was almost always reset related. Everything restands in that game, and everything leads to some situation where you'll pop out of something at a disadvantage in a vulnerable state. For a long time, that game was like that. And it's... I don't know. I don't think they've changed any mechanics with the Season 1 thing that happened, but... I can say it still seems to be like that. Dude, the Undizzy patch was over 10 years ago now. Before the Undizzy patch, I don't remember it being that bad. Or not reset girls, at least. Isn't there something new in Delta with the Ends fight? I don't know. I haven't seen Delta. Whereabouts the third English mating pair?
English vocal parasites.
According to Skullface, yeah.
Skullface had 2 of the English strain with him. You burned both of them.
There was an oil fire. I tossed him in.
So that just leaves 1. And you tell me Skullface said he used it.
He said it was very close to me.
Very close. One of your comrades. Or someone ordered to kill you. Or he could have been speaking metaphorically.
Metaphorically?
Close to your spirit. Close to your heart. Someone who either loves you or despises you.
The second one makes a long list.
Whichever it is, act with caution. Skullface implanted someone with the English language strain. Who it is irrelevant.
Why?
I tell you what Skullface really meant. Very close to you means you will be exposed. All the infected here have been given the Wolbachia. Even if the vocal cord parasites infect them now, they cannot reproduce. But if there's a different host among us, host to the English strain.
If that were the case, we'd see the symptoms.
What about the non-English speakers?
We have plenty of those, but the staff use English as a common language.
But if that someone has not spoken English yet, and begins to speak it now,
there'd be another outbreak.
The final mating pair of the English strain must be found immediately. Skullface is gone, but his threat still remains. On this base, do you see what the final mating pair is? With him dead, those parasites are the stain he wished to leave upon the world. His thirst for vengeance. In the flesh. Think. Does anyone here bear a grudge against you? Who would target you, specifically?
Only one that even hints towards that is Eli, the White Mamba. No, Huey. But how would Huey have gotten his hands on... Or Quiet. But no, Quiet doesn't seem to hate us yet. I don't know what's going on with him. Can I say it or not then? Because I don't know how you would treat it, or if you're planning to play Delta. I'm not planning to play Delta. You can just tell me. So that means that they need Wolbachia specific to each strand of vocal cord parasite. Like, an English vocal cord parasite would require an English Wolbachia. That's something. Damn. That makes everything a lot more complicated. I was kind of hoping it was a one-time cure-all, but Steven still won't let me... I don't care. It's gonna be something about Final Fantasy XIV, I'm sure. So I saw that if you enter the game like 3 or 4 days later instead of waiting all 7, then the end will capture you instead, because Snake has fallen asleep. What? Was that in the original game? I don't remember. Is that new? FF14 is literally the best Momorpiga. I mean, and? It doesn't interest me. Yes, it is. Enter the game 4... When you say enter the game 3 or 4 days later, like, you turn the game off and then wait 3 or 4 days, and then you turn it back on and you find out you've been captured by the end? Yeah, okay. That's interesting. Why would they do that? Skullface's ethnic liberation parasites.
Ethnic cleansers that Code Talker mentioned. They weren't Skullface's true goal. All we have is circumstantial evidence, but here's my theory. It was Cypher who started developing the vocal cord parasites as bioweapons, parasitic weapons, and Africa was the testing ground for them. As Code Talker said, their purpose is the ethnic cleansing of only those who speak a particular language. So they could do a weapon of mass destruction to eradicate specific groups, races, ethnicities, or colonies by the language they speak. Or a kind of absolute language control. Or maybe a tool for those arrogant fools to build some misguided utopia. I could see plenty of uses for them. However, in practical terms, they wouldn't be as dangerous as you'd think. Counteracting the parasites is easy, after all. Cut them out of your throat to save your life, or just don't talk. That also prevents the infection from spreading. So if the international community were to find out about them, they'd no longer be the threat they were conceived to be. In which case, their targets would be limited to minority groups as a deterrent or a terrorist tool. It's hard to imagine Cypher developing something like that as a main weapon for their arsenal. That leads me to think we've only tugged on one little thread in Cypher's grand tapestry. An obscure corner of their work, possibly forgotten altogether. In any case, things changed. When Skullface was forced to relocate to Africa and he saw that thread dangling. All the time he continued that research, he was secretly following his own agenda. The ethnic liberator parasites. His English language strain.
Didn't we establish that Skullface was acting alone? I mean, why are you telling me that like it's new? We already knew that he was working against Cypher. Yeah, I don't know. I find it funny that unless you kill the End when you discover him, you either need to kill him fast, or if you skip some days, he either takes you out or he dies. My dad did it unknowingly back in the day, that's why I have it as a memory. With fighting the End in MGS? Your dad played MGS? Every time I hear about frickin' people's parents playing video games, I'm always taken aback by it, because my mother doesn't understand games. Like, she looks at me playing them, but she can comprehend them. She's played them a couple of times with me, but that's that. It's not like, there's still a disconnect, right? And then my dad, I straight up just don't think that he respects it at all. I don't think he respects video games in even the slightest. Because there are times where I've been in the middle of doing something in a video game, and then he'll, like, want me to do something and just drop everything to assist him with whatever it is, and I have to tell him, hey, this is something that I can't exactly pause or put down, and then we both end up angry at each other. Korea would be done for if Strange got his hands on that virus. Okay. I don't hate Korean. I don't hate Korean. Oh my god. I just think it sounds weird. That's it. Damn. You know how many people talk about patois and how that's just like a weird, almost unintelligible dialect of English? Can we jump on them? The games did your mom play with you? There was only one, and it was Scott Pilgrim vs. the World. Other than that, I don't think my mother played very much. Maybe Little Big Planet? I don't know. My mom plays games, but only open world games. Elder Scrolls, Zelda, Horizon, etc. Cool. Dude, the oddest experience I had younger is playing an online shooting game with my friends, but also my friend's dad joined us. And he actually was playing fine. Sounds really cool. She always gets mad when she learns there's a new console coming out. Why can't they just release the new one on what I already have? I see some validity in that argument only because I'm thinking about all of the different instances of very poorly optimized video games on newer consoles that should be better than older consoles. Well, good thing it wasn't Flipwitch. I'm listening to the next codec.
Skullface said there were only 3 samples of the English language strain parasite, and I think we can believe him. Bringing his ethnic liberator's plan to fruition depended on creating an English version of the vocal cord parasites at all costs. But an English strain would have been useless to Cypher. Worse, it could have destroyed everything they'd built. It was the one type they couldn't allow. That means Skullface was forced to develop his English strain out of sight of Cypher's network. Naturally, he couldn't use the greenhouse facility Cypher had set up and filled with guinea pigs. Skullface must have found some secret place to create his precious few English parasites, hiding all evidence like a man cheating on his wife. Somewhere, an entirely standalone environment. And when his plan entered its final phase, he must have made the place disappear. Some little room, could be anywhere, but now nowhere at all. We'll never know where he did it, but to elude Cypher's surveillance, it couldn't have been big. I believe Skullface was telling the truth. There were only ever 3 samples of the English language strain.
Okay.
Why activate Sahelanthropus in Afghanistan? This is how Skullface wanted things to play out. The Soviet Union secretly develops a new type of nuclear weapon and successfully deploys it in Afghanistan. Revealing the existence of Sahelanthropus results in a return to the glory days of the Cold War. The threat it poses reignites the nuclear arms race between the world's major powers. The demand for nuclear weapons increases around the globe. What if you then introduced a nuclear weapon anyone could get their hands on? Non-nuclear nations, militant groups of all shapes and sizes, they'd all jump at the chance. Sahelanthropus was a marketing tool to sell nukes all around the world. But I think it's safe to say that plan was stamped out before it got up and running. The world's intelligence agencies never did turn up anything conclusive on it. After all, Sahelanthropus vanished before word could spread. Everything that's happened is already a fading memory, never to join the pages of history. Except for Cypher. Cypher won't forget. They'll already be working on something, quietly beneath the surface. They'll use the pieces of data scraped together from this incident to build their own bipedal weapon. It'll take them a long time to complete it, but for now, the greed sector have found their new life's work. We'll have to be ready too.
Why do we want to keep this thing? Like, we're keeping it because we want it as a mark for saying we did what we did. But anybody that should come to visit Mother Base would understand, oh, this massive nuclear walking, whatever you want to call it, this existed. It was real. I guess nobody would listen to the ramblings of whichever random guy out in the... and whatever, but, yeah. Maybe that's the idea. I still just wish that we had tossed this machine into the ocean. But I guess what is the idea? Is the idea, like, make the metal things like walker gears so that they're basically all-terrain? Make Sahelanthropus and show, hey, it can use the metallic archaea to re-enrich uranium and then turn it into a nuclear weapon. And then since everybody knows, oh, you can do that with nukes now, then they put the nuclear walker gears on the market, and then suddenly every person and their mother is able to man a small nuclear bomb physically, which all of it traced back to Huey being a terrible, awful, I hate him human being.
Please select a mission.
To know too much. Subsistence. Extreme. C2W. Back up, back down. Soviet soldier who has been collaborating with the CIA has gone missing. Extract the CIA mole. Drone will one day walk up to his kid and see him playing Hip New KH5 with co-op and say, son, let's co-op. And the kid will be like, ayo, dad, this game is skibbity on God. You boomer gotta go and do grown-up things. Oh my Ohio. And Drones will never be the same. Yeah, I think that would do irreparable mental damage to me. You're right. She got really pissed at Nintendo for only releasing, like, one Zelda game per console generation. That is understandable. By the time Stronge has kids, those kids will look at all the skibbity stuff and think it's the cringe thing that boomers say. Also true. They'll be saying something even dumber and even worse. How much time? We got 20 more minutes? Maybe that's enough time for one more mission. Let's give it a try.
Heading to Afghanistan.
I can stop mid-mission if I really need to. Why is our language devolving? It's not just yours, and well, I mean, it's not just ours, mine. This is just the thing of language, right? It adapts over time. That's just normal. It's just a matter of... It's really hard to keep up with, I guess. The internet is probably another reason for why this has become so difficult, because now anybody and their mother can say something random and say that it means this, and then people around them will be like, oh, that's cool.
Find and extract the missing CIA agent. The target was laying low with the friendly Mujahideen during the vocal cord parasites incident. The man headed back to OKB-0 after the Soviets recaptured it. Check the target's VI on your iDroid.
Maybe the parasites are real. That is not what the vocal cord parasites do. They don't make our language worse. We evolved over time, but the language is just going backwards. I don't think it's going backwards. It's just going in a direction we don't understand, because we're old, Tenjin. Fine, you made me say it. We're old. We don't get it because it's new. The only instance of actual regression that I think is reasonable to say is the use of the word literally. Because for some reason we said that it was a good idea to make the word literally figuratively. You were not old, I'm old. No, we're old. All of us. Everyone involved. Back in my day. Ask me also any questions. Steven, I shared some screenshots in the Discord the other day of a game where the devs intend the hardest difficulty to be the one you play on. And they say the game's intended experience should be almost unbearable. Do you think this is a good approach, or do you think that a game can be too hard for a first playthrough? I think that is fine to say this is the intended difficulty and then make it the hardest difficulty. The Fury does the same thing. If you put multiple difficulties in, then I mean that's just also a reasonable thing. Saying that the game was intended to do this and then just dialing it down because you know some people aren't gonna like that, that's fine. No one says you can't. I think you can even still do the same thing that like Sekiro did, where the game's difficult and then people are like, damn, you can't make a game this difficult, what the heck, man? And then they said, no, just play the freaking game and figure it out. Like, both are reasonable. It only becomes a problem when you get, I want to use Mega Man 9 and 10 as an example, where those games didn't feel good. Like, the classic Mega Man 9 and 10s. Those went backwards closer to, which was the highest grossing Mega Man at the time? I think it was Mega Man 2. I don't remember. Either way. They went backwards because God knows why. And ultimately I thought, like, this just feels difficult for the sake of being difficult. It doesn't feel difficult because they felt like making a legitimate level. It doesn't feel difficult because it just happened to be with some of the stuff that they were doing. It's just, I'm trying to get something done and then I get hit by I want to be the guy tier BS.
The map has been updated.
I should start crouching. I don't know why I'm not doing that. That is a walker gear. Of course that's a walker gear. I'm a guy with a riot shield. That's nice. Why is this guy just out here? What are you protecting? I should mention that in this game, whenever you die, you get permanent debuffs to your character that last across all your saves. That might be a little bit much. Dude, Pathologic is the stuff. He would be so lost. Sounds like it. That might be a little bit much, but I guess if the idea... I don't know. It all depends on how you've designed the game. And the person playing the game, and whether or not they think that they will enjoy it. It's all perspective. All of it is perspective. Racks? 4? Why are you just always aiming around me?
We know where to find the target. Check your iDroid.
Huh? What do you mean? Oh, I'm, like, close there, but I'm not there. Guy in a helmet.
Analysis complete.
You guys gonna kill him?
Analysis complete. Enemy presence. Analysis. The map has been updated. Analysis.
Take a good look at their faces so we can ID the target.
The map has been updated.
There, that's the target.
I think I have to go loud. Because everyone here is wearing a helmet. Yeah, helmet, no helmet. Helmet. What are you looking at? And no helmet. And there's you.
Analysis complete.
She should let the intrusive thoughts win and shoot you. Yeah, I'm sure that'll go great.
What's wrong? Hurry and secure the target.
Like, interrogated?
Да, но он очень ослаб. Ладно, я свяжусь с КП. КП-4. Транспорт прибыл. Везу объект во дворец. Прием.
КП. Понял. Не теряйте бдительности. Прием.
I should have gone loud. I guess I still can.
He mentioned the palace. Probably Lamarchate Palace. Security there will be tight. Think you can grab the target before he arrives? I'm sending his predicted route to your iDroid.
That's two.
Обнаружил следы вторжения! Стирайте бдительность!
They woke up fast. Screw it.
What's gotten into you?
Did I kill him? Oh my god, the nade blew up the truck. The nade blew up the truck. And he died.
The target's dead. Mission failed.
The game is structured in days, and each day lasts a certain amount of time. The game is purposely designed to give you more things to do in a day than you have time for, and you have no way of knowing which things are and are not worth doing. Some quests may have negative results or give you almost nothing. NPCs will lie to you. The game expects you to actually be thinking about what you were told instead of just moving to the next objective. That's good. I think that's fine. But again, ultimately it does boil down to what do you look for in a game? What are you looking to do? What do you think is reasonable and unreasonable difficulty?
You have arrived at your destination.
You're wearing a helmet. I think you are not. Okay. Okay, you're dealt with. What about the guy?
Squad searching for the target. Now you just need to extract him.
That's a dead body. Oh, you're on the floor. There we go. Hey, what's up, man? We got places to go. Get up.
There, that's the target.
I can just... Yeah. Get out of here. Leave. Quiet maxed out yet? Don't think so.
Exfiltrate the hot zone, boss.
Has been updated. The map has been updated.
Veg, okay. Is that all you care about? Half-naked women? You know, there's more to life than just that. There's plenty more. You ever had a good cheeseburger? Half-naked men? I mean, if you're into that.
Exfiltrated.
That's it. You've made it out of the hot zone. No sign of the enemy. Mission complete, boss.
Arrived at Mother Base.
All right. Mission complete, boss. Maybe you'll actually break a sweat next time, huh?
I'm glad that MGS didn't end with what we just did, but I don't get why it presents everything like it is the ending of the game.
Boss, the target filled us in on what's been going on. He betrayed the Soviets, passing information to Langley, but got scared after learning XOF used the vocal cord parasites. Then came feelings of guilt that his leaks sent comrades to their deaths, and fear that America might deploy such a weapon itself. But in reality, XOF and Langley don't have a collaborative relationship, and Skullface was not working for America. Still, I can't blame the man for being afraid. After laying low with the Mujahideen, he tried to cut his ties with the US and return to the Soviet military. But along the way, someone came after him, and he was forced back into hiding. Could have been remnants of XOF looking to silence him. And you know the rest. He doesn't seem to know much about the parasites, but nevertheless, it'd be too dangerous to hand him over to Langley or the Soviets. We'll keep him here as originally planned.
Skullface's objective, Man on Fire, Metallic Archaea, Code Talker and his research, the hamburgers of Kazuhiro Miller. What?
Boss, come on back to base.
Yeah, Kojima. Thanks, I guess. What did you want?
There's been an accident in the boys' quarters. A pile of steel pipes gave way and crushed one of the kids. The boy named Ralph. They tell me he died instantly. I'm sorry, boss. It's my fault. I should have been keeping an eye on them. I'll let you know if we learn something.
Is there any more to that? Or did you just bring me back here to tell me that a kid died? Thanks, I guess, Miller.
Please select a landing zone confirmed.
Roger. This is Pequod. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is Pequod. On station at LZ. Gaining altitude.
They show credits after every side quest in this game. I get that they show the credits after every side quest, but I still feel like dealing with the massive machine, the massive Metal Gear that is Sahelanthropus, and then going through everything with Skullface, that does seem like it's about to be the ending of the game, and it feels very strange that it ends up doing what it does, where it just... It feels very strange that it ends up doing what it does, where it's just, oh, by the way, there's a Chapter 2, and then I wonder if there's, like, a Chapter 3 or whatever. Because Kojima's a drama queen. I feel like that's not Kojima's doing. I don't know what it could have possibly been. I don't think he would have split it up like that, because that makes no sense. Maybe, I don't know, man. He had MGS4. He was responsible for MGS4, and he made it that it was just basically like a massive movie. If I had to guess, while he was developing the game, someone in the boardroom probably said, hey, you can't do that same, like, 2 or 3 hour long cutscene thing that you did with MGS4 again. So they said, alright, split it up. But then I don't know why they would decide, hey, with splitting it up, also add the credits everywhere. That one's a very strange decision. What happened with the Man on Fire? We'll probably listen to this and then wrap it up.
You mentioned that the Man on Fire was crushed under Sahelanthropus in its hangar.
Yeah. He was caught under the wheels of its transport platform.
But his body wasn't found.
What?
We searched the area the moment we arrived, but there was no trace of him.
I wasn't hallucinating.
I know. I trust you on that. That means someone must have taken the body. But when I got there, everything was still as it was. Even Skullface hadn't been touched. I can't see a reason to sneak into a place like that and drag out the biggest, heaviest guy there.
What are you getting at?
The only option left is... he got up and walked away.
That platform ran him over.
Just ran him over.
You're saying that's not enough?
I don't want to believe it, but maybe not. He shrugs off bullets, even rocket strikes. There's no reason to think that would finish him. It seems ridiculous, but I'll start gathering eyewitness accounts just in case.
If you dig up anything concrete, I want to know.
You'll be the first, if I dig anything up. But I hope to hell I don't.
No kidding.
Was wondering about that, because, like, I didn't think that would be the end of the guy on fire. It wouldn't make much sense if he just got run over and then we're like, alright, that's it, guys, he's gone. What are the rest of these? Metallic Archaea 4. Uranium Enrichment Archaea. Motive for researching Metallic Archaea. Code Talker. What covers the skulls. Skullface's objective. Skullface 9 years ago. Multi-ethnicity of the United States. Hamburgers of Kazuhira Miller. Code Talker's eating habits. Uh-huh. Alright. Well, we'll save that for later. Like I said before. Most may not play this part. May not play what part? Part, like, chapter 2? Why would they just stop at chapter 2? Why would they just stop after being teased for all of the questions that are built up after chapter 1? That makes no sense. Wait. Hold on. Is Snake wearing a watch on his bionic arm? Why would he not just have the time embedded in some console on the arm? Or like in the back of his hand or something. I don't know, that just seems meaningless. Fashion. The bionic arm is the fashion! Hello? I did what? You stopped playing with chapter 2, Dog the Dog? You're kidding. You please say psych. I believe that you did that, but like, also, what are you doing? Turning the game off. I don't know why I kept it running, letting you guys listen to the helicopter like it matters. And now I'm going to find someone to raid and then wrap up the stream. And I came back a year after and forgot everything. Why is this the only Metal Gear that you played? Why did you just... Why... Kojima was born in the wrong time. It sucks that he makes video games at the beginning of the video game era, and everybody just treats video games like children's toys, so only children interact with his media and his storytelling, and then they finally grow up and they play the games again or look at the stories and they're like, oh, these were actually goated, and they have a lot to say, but I didn't understand it as a kid, and then now it's just... Ugh. I don't get it. Kojima's strongest meat writer. I'm the weakest meat writer. I don't know what you're talking about. Northern Line is playing Lego Party. Silvervale is playing RV There Yet. Pumpkin Potion is playing Dispatch. Freaky is doing some stuff. I don't know. I think she's doing React stuff at the moment. And then she'll probably be... I don't know what she slips into later. Cerno's playing Hollow Knight Silk Song? Silk Song. Fire Dragon's playing Banjo-Tooie. Is he speedrunning? No, he's playing it for the first time. Cool. Raymond is playing Limbus Company. Kieran is playing Hollow Knight Silk Song. Kunamai is playing Panel de Pawn. I don't know what that is. When's the last time I rated Kunamai? It was a while ago, right? It wasn't that long ago. 17 days ago. Sorelia's playing Soma. Starly's playing Minecraft, but I rated her yesterday. Diz is playing F1 25. Oh, I might send you guys to Pukunamai. I'm sure you guys understood that. Speaking of the Friends slop, have any conclusion considering Sunday's been made? What would you know? Speaking of Friends slop, have any conclusion considering Sunday's been made? Would like to know the answer. You mean like, am I doing the event for Sunday? I don't know, maybe not. Not really sure. I don't think I will this Sunday. Next Sunday though, definitely. Because next Sunday's the 3rd. The 3rd Sunday of the month. Where is the thing that I'm looking for? This button. What's this from? This is SimCity 2000. Railroad Rep. As for the schedule, tomorrow I will be back with probably Monster Hunter World. If not that, then maybe Sonic Rumble. If not that, then maybe Sonic Racing Cross Worlds, because the Ichiban event is going on. Saturday, I don't know what fighting game we're going to be playing, but it's going to be a fighting game, that is for sure. Next week, Monday, you will see me return with I don't know what. Tuesday will be frickin' heckin' I don't know. Wait, no. Tuesday will be Claire Obscura Excision 33, and maybe we'll finish the game. I'm not sure. Wednesday, Hollow Knight Silksong. Thursday will be more Metal Gear Solid 5. Friday, don't know which Monster Hunter or if I'm going to play a Monster Hunter. And then Saturday is going to be some form of fighting game, but I'm not sure which one. If you guys got anything to say to me or anyone else who decided to join, or you would like to know when I go live, hit up the Discord below the stream. If you click the picture that says Discord, I'm going to go do some stuff, and I hope you guys have a good rest of your day, evening, morning, or night, whatever time it might be for you. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.